We are live, and I'm gonna try not to talk to the right. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? How are you doing, Evie?
Well, we were just talking about how I'm gonna go into watching Dune Part 2 in bad faith. So,
No,
it's gonna be
don't
great.
do that.
It's gonna
That
be
sounds
great.
very deadpan, but
It's
I
gonna be
really like
fine.
the movie, so please
It's
don't.
gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
It's fine. If you get back and I'm still going, I'll defend it from you and just get out a sword and everything, or a Chris knife. uh hello, so welcome to everybody that has never been here before. Welcome to everybody that's coming back. What are we doing today? We are doing sprints. So throughout booktube there are reading sprints where we do nothing for a half hour, aka like you read for like a half hour or so, but on screen we're doing nothing. And this is kind of like that, except I'm going to be moving books instead of reading them and turning the pages, which is technically
I
also
was
moving
gonna
them.
say this is not reading sprints. This is Tetris sprints.
Yeah,
So
this is Tetris sprints, like it's there. Yeah. What Matt said, Evie, stop letting fear kill your mind. All right, fear is the mind killer. Fantastic, Jimmy. People are actually getting. I
nice.
mean, yeah. To be fair, normal people are actually working right now. I have a very special job. In that I do have one.
Anitha, Pete sent you the link.
Anitha, go check your messages. All right, just go check your messages if you really want to be on here.
Also, she has access to StreamYard now, so she can just log into her StreamYard and boom, she can see it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be moving books and doing a job that's physically strenuous, of course. Not really, but I do have the fan on. Evie, what are you reading?
Reread.
What? How are you liking
It's great.
it?
It's great. Like, you know, why would I reread a book that
That
I
book? That what? You don't even like nautical fantasy, Evie.
I mean, it's true. This is the only nautical fantasy I like. So,
Yes. He's almost done with the veiled. My heart is happy. How's the show going? This very specific show that's within the book. The worst kept secret that we won't mention.
show?
In the Veiled Throne, Evie. The worst kept secret, the thing that's super like out of
The
pocket.
competition, you mean?
Yeah, the competition.
That's not a show, that's a competition.
I mean, some people would call it a blanking show. I'm doing a really bad job of like trying. I don't know. Anyways, it's like a. Is this a game show now? Anyways, okay, she's gonna hop on right when Evie leaves.
Anita, just to be clear, I have to leave at 2 p.m. Eastern time so that I can get to the movie theater to watch Dune Part 2. So if you join anytime near closer to 2 than not, I'm not avoiding you. As much as it
But like
seems like it for the past like week and a half.
Evie, you're trying to avoid yourself.
I mean, it's true. I do that on a daily basis, all the time, 24/7. So Anitha's just the externalized
Of course.
representation
Yeah, that's why you don't
of
have mirrors in your house.
of my endeavor. Yeah. Hi,
This is
Chadia.
yeah, this is where we talk about a random specific song by 21 Pilots. You have blankets covering your mirrors and all this other jazz. Anyways, you want to sprint?
Yeah.
Let's go till 30 just to so Anitha can hop on whenever. That's 40 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's get the party started. Beep beep beep.
Beep beep beep.
No, you. How's it going? Hello, Anitha.
I almost read an entire chapter. Hi, Anitha.
Also, I got all of it done, or all of it taken down.
I am surprised how fast you took everything down. Faster than last few times actually.
It's true.
I'm gonna show you how I would do that. As an example, 2 books.
It's easy with 2 books. If you try that with like hundreds of books, it will be dangerous to you.
It's true. That's why I don't do it like that. It's Anitha.
Hi, Ben.
Julia, you were there. Dylan, this is a guy that I know in real life. He's great.
Oh, thank God I didn't I was like, I don't know if he messages again and is a I don't know if he's a troll. So we're
I
good.
mean,
Okay.
to be fair, in some sense of the word, he's a troll, but like not the traditional way.
Hey,
Hi, Ben. What are you reading,
even
Anitha?
Sorry, what?
What are you reading, Anitha?
Supposed to read this, but I did not touch this like past 3 days. Um,
Are you not feeling it, or are you not feeling just reading in general?
yes, that's the one. I am not feeling reading in general. I also started a self-help book that I'm reading like 10 pages a day. So that's the only reading I am doing, like past 3 days.
Which self-pub book? There are many.
Uh, Sorry. Oh my God. Of Thieves and Shadows by B.S.H. Garcia.
Of course,
Hey,
as
George.
soon as I put the camera on her, she stops. Jerk.
What was she doing?
She was playing with her little donut toy.
George, play with the donut.
She was playing with the catnip banana earlier.
Hey, Alethea.
Hey, Alethea.
Hey, Alethea.
Are you still here? Okay, but these springs, I'm going to read this one. I'm going to try and read this one. You won't believe every time I start this book, narrator puts me to sleep. I read like a paragraph. Oh my God, this is so good. I love this narrator. And by next paragraph, I fall asleep. No matter.
I am kind of feeling like that with I Claudius, where I'm just like, oh, this is great, but like without the narrator, I'm just reading it. I'm like, this is great, and I get like a page in, and I'm like, I need to like look away before I just start like nodding off a little bit.
I Claudius actually in the beginning, I definitely felt that, but once you get into the main story, get used to the characters and get comfortable with the writing, I just could not stop reading. It's so good.
Good.
All right, I guess, Anitha, so I lied to you last night when I said that I was going to start Eyes of the Void after I finished Ship of Magic. I guess I'm going to start spinning silver since Alethea's already started it.
No, see, now you all will dust me again. It repeats. Alethea can start, but you cannot.
Remember how this turned out with
I
you
know
telling
you
me
said
that I
that.
can't read something? Now that turned out with Shards of Earth.
Fine, go ahead and read. Enjoy the book. Dust me. Leave me in the dust. Fine. Alethea used to be my loyalist. Now she joined a group of which goes against me.
So when are we starting Dawn, Anitha? That's my next question.
Excuse me? You're planning buddy reads without me? To use your words, Anitha.
Number one.
Like Anitha said she was going to read this book, and I'm like, oh, cool, we're buddy reading it then. So it was more.
Number one, I know you already read Dawn, so no argument from
I
there.
could want to reread it, Anitha. I actually would. It's been so long since I've read it. I would actually like to reread it at some point but not now because I'm so overwhelmed.
Pete, how many books are you in the middle of?
A lot, plenty.
I mean,
Let me let,
literally, he's probably in the middle of hundreds right now because he's got all of his books around him, right?
To be fair, you are correct there.
you are in the middle of Sailing to Serendipum, Eyes of the Void, and I Claudius. That those are three I know of. I don't know how many I don't know.
Wickwire Watch.
Oh yeah, that. So I started two already, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to start third one today or tomorrow because I'm sure Alan has finished Gaizen. So Dawn maybe end of this month. Depends. I'll let you know.
That works. Yeah.
Wait, what's the other one that you're gonna start? Are you gonna start Gaijin, Anitha? Or
No, I don't know. Maybe we'll start Claudius the God.
oh, got it.
Oh, so I should bump up Claudius on my get it done.
I know.
Maybe that'll persuade y'all to get the live show scheduled, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, the live show's coming. I gotta read this fast.
I'm planning to ask. I don't know how much I should push Alan because Christina is almost at the end of her term. So I'm not pushing much, but Alan is doing something or the other every single day. I was like, I should have.
also, Alan, if you're here, your TV doesn't work. You don't have an excuse now. You must read.
You
You can't play video games.
He's not here. I'm sure even if he is here, he'll say that I am at school. How can you three doing sprints now at this hour? I hate you people who sit in front of computer.
Yeah, exactly. That's. I already got one person going out saying that. I was talking to Andrew.
Well,
Wizard.
I took a vacation day today, literally, so Aaron and I could go watch Dune.
To watch Dune? Oh my God.
That's beautiful. That's like.
Well, I have to use the vacation or I lose it.
I have a question. You
Mhm.
can watch on weekend over the weekend, or you can watch after work, nighttime. Why?
One, we don't like crowds. Two, you know that I turn into a pumpkin at approximately any time between 8 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. That's when the start of pumpkinhood happens. And plus we don't like crowds. So, yeah. Haven't watched it yet. I will report back at approximately 6 p.m. because it's a stupid 2-hour and 46-minute runtime, not including all the freaking previews and stuff. So it's probably like 3 hours.
Yeah, get there a half hour late.
You know,
And you'll get there just in time. Also,
you
Ben,
know,
she's priming herself to dislike it.
It's true.
when cinemas actually play movies around the night 10:30, 11 p.m., right? Have you ever wondered who goes at that time of hour? Like people like us.
I've
The
gone to that
youths. Also the youths. I mean, I remember back in the day when I was a young whippersnapper, I used to be able to do midnight screenings. And I remember my local theater, managed to get King Kong, the Peter Jackson remake, the weekend that it premiered, which is a miracle because normally they didn't get movies until it was like a week before it came out on DVD. But anyways, they got King Kong, went to the midnight show, saw it again at 11 a.m., saw it again at 8 p.m. So basically, I saw it 3 times in the span of in less than 24 hours. It was great. So nice.
I wish. I was never one to skip classes unless I was hungover. Because I swear sometimes.
I honestly, I'm very surprised to hear that, Pete, that you would be hungover.
There,
You seem like such a good boy. Good
Yeah,
sweet boy.
I
didn't
cannot
happen that
believe
often. I will say, but it has happened.
I cannot believe I'm friends with Pete actually. Never. I mean,
I mean, I
he's
can't believe
such
it either. I mean, look
Exactly.
at him.
he's such he's such a good boy kind of person. I was like, no, no rebellious nature, no naughtiness. I mean,
I mean, not really. It's there. It's for sure there. I just
By the way, Pete, do you recognize the irony of Anitha talking about being friends with people that are not like naughty or rebellious, and she is the loyalist? She is
exactly.
considered the loyalist.
It's true.
that is only for Alan. Alan is the exception. I am not one for like rule follower. I troubled my mom, my teachers, everyone a lot.
I am someone who pushes the boundaries of the rules as they are. I stretching the rules and seeing how far I can take it is a personal like thing
You
that
don't
I do.
you don't come across like that, you know. You come across like that kid who always follows rules where our parents show you as
This isn't
example and
this
beat us.
isn't like a competitive environment though. That's the thing. If I get into a competitive environment, then bets are off. Usually, depending on who I'm with, and then if I'm comfortable around them. So it really depends. So
You
intentional
know,
things. Intentional.
we are live. That's why I'm not saying anything. But when we're off live, I'll tell you some things I did, as a kid.
Yes, absolutely. I have friends that literally hate me whenever we play board games because I will straight up lie to their face while we're playing board games.
Seriously?
Yeah. So we were playing we were playing a board game that what it comes down to is you're a bunch of wolves that are pack hunting, and at the end of every round, there basically is a bunch of tiny prisoners dilemmas. So you can fight or you can share the food, and if you both fight, you both lose wolves, but you both get part of it. And if you both share, then you just share. And if you both fight and there's somebody else and whatever, it's a prisoner's dilemma. What it comes down to is you don't know what everybody else is gonna do. And she literally was like, "I will give you $5." I was like, and we were gonna share it, but if like somebody fights and somebody shares, then like the person who fights gets it all. She's like, "I'll give you $5." All right, cool, we'll share. And then I put down fight and got it all. It was great. I lost that game, but like
You
she's
know,
never gonna trust me again.
games, board games, or any kind of games, actually, even outside sports, is where only place where I follow rules, and I hate it when people cheat.
I am the person with the rule book in my hand, trying to figure out how I can find the most niche interpretation of the rules in order to, win.
I'm not surprised.
Yep, I'm an accountant.
Evie
What
is,
do we do?
Evie is ignoring us and checking work emails.
No,
To be
I'm
fair,
actually not checking work emails. I am I got an email back from this bookstore in India, and they're like, "Oh yeah, just fill out the invoice or whatever." But the problem is they don't list the United States as a country, so I can't, and it's a required field, so I can't fill out my address without the
is it
country.
is it at the top?
Yes, and it just has India listed. It
Oh,
doesn't
it
have the
only
United
has
States.
India. It doesn't have any other countries.
Correct.
Oh, that's a problem.
So, yeah, it is. So I emailed them to be like, "Hey, I don't know what I'm doing wrong." So
Well,
If you had
just
told me I just got parcel from India in January, I would have asked my mom to put it in that. Actually, would have got delivered to my parents' place and got it here. But, I can still do that. I can ask my friends. Actually, many people in US tend to travel to India back and forth.
Got the connection.
Well, if they don't respond by the end of the weekend, then I'll be like, Anitha, make your parents be my drug mule, aka books.
Books or drugs.
They allegedly they do. That's what they said they did.
Hallucinations. The usual stuff.
I think they, okay, not necessarily to the level of same intensity, but they kind of tweak with same hormones. I think so. I don't know.
What, George? Oh my God, you're leaving the bedroom. What's happening?
Oh, no.
She never leaves. Well, oh, that's why, because there's barely any water in her water bowl.
So she's gonna make it up.
Anyways, since you both have read Ship of Magic, and this isn't, I'm gonna try and keep it as vague as possible, but also specific. A couple, like the chapter just previous to this one I'm currently on, which is what the last chapter I read last night, is when the two characters finally
I understand what you're about to say.
together, and I was so happy. Oh my God, you have no idea. I love it so much. It's fine.
You're
It's fine.
so far into the book. I thought you're still in the beginning. Didn't we talk like past 1 week?
Huh?
That is how much progress we should make in a book in a week. Not like
What?
this. Like from last week, last week when we spoke, I was in the beginning and I'm still in the beginning.
Well, I mean, sometimes it happens. So, like,
It does.
Anitha, you know about my crisis. So, my mental crisis. So I'm like, sorry, Pete. Guardians of the Moon is at the bottom of priority list.
I'm sad.
So,
But you need some mental comfort food.
well, that too, and I think my attempts at like juggling multiple books at the same time, I've finally hit my limit. I'm like, I'm done. Like, I can't do it. Hi, George.
Speaking
Hi,
of reading more
George.
books, Evie, when do you want to read this? Because we talked about this last year sometime, and we kept putting it off.
Do you want to read it after we're done with Final Architecture?
Sure. So like April, May?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Or if you really want to read it now, go for it. I don't care. So.
Shadia, I already paused Eyes of the Void last month, and I'm already struggling with the 2 books this month. So I'm guessing you spot with me, not books. But yes, I get your point.
Wait, did Chadia DNF Eyes of the Void or Shards of the Void? Or Shards of the Void?
Starless Sea.
Oh, gotcha.
Starless Void. No, Starless Void.
I wouldn't be surprised if
Eyes of the Sea.
there's a book called that.
I wanted to keep my name as Starless Anitha or something like that. Now, on the sprint, it sounded too depressing. I don't want people to assume that I'm too depressed. So, I was like,
I see no stars in the sky. That's actually a really interesting metaphor that you could use for depression.
yeah.
Anyways, it's 10 till, so I hear my husband coming upstairs, so I think we're gonna get ready to go. So
I can't believe you're leaving us to watch Dune. You can stream from theater. Say hi to Adam.
That's illegal. I don't want to go to jail. So
Not the movie here.
But we'll get the sound on there. That's illegal.
I don't want to go to jail. Not for that. For other things, maybe, but not this one. So, anyways, if you're still doing Willy Wonka Scientific, I'm sorry. If you're still doing sprints by the time I get back, which it's 3 hours, maybe you will be. I don't know.
It's highly likely considering these sprints.
Cool. But have fun.
No, you.
Okay.
So
let's start sprinting. I need to answer this call.
Okay, have fun. Everybody, what are you reading in chat? The people chat, what are you reading? I need to like yeah. Anyway. So it's 151. Where when do we want to go till? You want to go till let's go till 30 again. That's easy. Staples. Boom. At least 3 breaks. What is my comments? Anyways, I'm muted, right? Nope, I'm not muted.
Pete, if you still want to talk, we can talk it. If you still want a break, we can continue. I'm done with my call.
I need to do the thing. Hello, friends.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Cool. Hi, Anitha.
What are you reading? No. First question. Why do you drink water from that big mason jar?
Because I need to drink more water, and I don't give myself the option of a small glass, and I just
And you don't want to be a Stanley person?
no. I like glass jars better than, because honestly, I've had so many different drinking containers over the years that just got gross, and like, you know what? Mason jars are easy to clean, and so
Here's
Nice.
take Rupe. Then what are you having for dinner?
Urza, we got Ben. Thank you. I appreciate it. I like this
I
shirt.
love that shirt. It's awesome.
Clay, I appreciate it. Rufe, Ben, yes, we must know. The inquiring minds must know what you're eating for dinner. It's very important.
And Tori, what are you reading?
So, funny story about that. So, I hit kind of a reading slump recently. And usually, what happens when I hit a reading slump is I kind of like taste test a whole bunch of things or start a whole bunch of things. And then I have a massive stack of books on my nightstand that I need to finish. So, currently, I am reading Harbinger of Justice by Andrew Watson. I am reading Ship of Magic by Robin Hobb. I am reading Bone Shroud by Andrew D. Meredith. And I'm also reading my second to last Spiffbo finalist, The Last Fang of God by Ryan Kirk.
So is it working? Are you enjoying any of them? Getting out of slump?
Yeah, I think one of the things so I started this one first and I'm really liking it, but I recognized that I also started writing my new book about the same time that I started reading this. And when you first start writing a book, it feels very slow and it's hard work and you kind of have to get the engine chugging a little bit. And this is also a kind of a slow burn, lots of details, and it's very Hobb, right? Which is great, except when you put those two things together at the same time, they everything felt really slow and heavy. And so I needed something a little bit lighter to like kind of jumpstart that engine again. So, but I am really enjoying this, what I've read so far. So
nice. Yeah, that makes complete sense. You only have so much space in your brain for slow and heavy things.
Yep.
I'm just trying so hard not to comment anything about live ships because I don't want to influence Tori's thoughts or experience with those books. Not that I have any influence, but I don't want to say it. That's all.
I'm very, it is what I will say, non-spoilers for anybody that hasn't read it in the chat, is that it definitely has a very different flavor immediately from Farseer, which I'm not mad about. But it's, I don't know. I'm definitely feeling like this is going to go a lot darker maybe than Farseer, or feel darker.
Definitely.
So, which is cool. I'm cool with that. But yeah, interesting character cast so far. So far I like Wintro, and that's it.
Everyone starts the same, so we will see.
Yeah.
For me personally, Ship of Magic, I felt it was very depressing.
Yeah.
Overall, but Matship is where live ships peaked for me.
Really
It's
takes
one of
off.
my favorite books in entire realm of Elderlings.
Yeah.
And let's not talk about Ship of Destiny. You will send me Voxer messages when you come to that book. I'm very sure of it. That's all I'll say.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I feel like I've been on BookTube long enough now and been around my friends' opinions of books long enough that I'm pretty good at like absorbing everyone's opinions about things, but also having my own, which I did have a hard time with for a while back in the day, for sure. But yeah, I'm excited to read it. I definitely really like a lot of the concepts that she's using in here. I think the world building is really interesting and cool. I'm kind of floundering. I was so grateful Wintro showed up because before that, I'm such a character person. I need somebody to like kind of latch onto and be interested in. And I wasn't yet. So I'm glad Wintro finally showed up because he's a cinnamon roll and I love him already. So
we love Wintro.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say something and then I forgot.
Story of my life.
So
Oh my gosh.
follow up. Ben's having Chinese,
Ooh.
Nice.
which is great.
I have no idea what is the curry sauce that TikTok hates. I'm not on TikTok. But
Neither am I.
yeah.
Why does TikTok hate the curry sauce? Are they all just like not people that love spice?
I like spice.
Yeah, exactly. I found this. I've been trying to make not bland chicken fried rice, and I found this Mongolian fire sauce randomly in the
Ooh.
store, and I'm like, let's put a bunch of this on it, and that kind of added enough that I was like, okay, this is better. Still needs some work. It's not like amazing yet, but it's got a little bit of a kick now, which is nice.
We're getting there. Yeah.
We're getting there. It's a nice foundational thing.
Yeah, Alethea, I took over Pete's channel. Hi.
It's true. You finished it, right? After you put it off for a while, you finished it, right, Rogue? And this is
think
different
so.
from that sci-fi Rogue and different from Rogue 4.
Oh my gosh.
There's
I
so
feel
many
awful
there's
because
so
I
There are
get them
three
mixed
rogues.
up sometimes.
with dark.
There are three
fire
rogues.
fires.
There are three rogues. This is not sci-fi rogue. This is not the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
from our Discord, Alan's Discord. We are reading Shards of Earth. This is the other rogue.
Yes, this is the one
Third.
that's loving Veiled Throne right now.
Yes.
that comments on
That's
the-
why. Okay. So this is currently your favorite rogue.
Yes, this is my favorite Rogue because he's
Yeah.
actually.
Okay, is it from some kind of D&D character? Why is this name so popular? Or
Rogue is a D&D class, so and there's so many different. I know I can name multiple characters named Rogue in different properties as well. It's just
X-Men.
yeah, Rogue and Rogue from Cyberpunk 2077. Like there's so much. Rogue,
Rogue,
is just
I'm so
much-
sorry. It's not you. It's me.
Well, we can call Rogue 4 J, right? I'm not messing that up, right?
See, every once in
Yeah.
a while I've heard names, but I
Mhm.
never remember like which rogue they're attached to, so I just
Well, the one with the
struggle.
X-wing is J.
Mhm.
yeah,
I'm not tripping up. I don't know either of the other two rogues' names. We got. I'm assuming it could be T or it could be his sister, but it's probably T.
it's
I feel
T,
like-
most probably.
I feel like T is the one that would say howdy folks
Yeah.
of the two of them.
See, both are quiet, but T is more social, relatively.
Online, yeah.
That's
Mm.
fantastic. You should like link that or something so I can see if I'm around for it. We'll see, but like that's exciting that you're having a Grace of Kings discussion, and I am happy. Oh, they're confused that you're people are mishmashing cultures. I
Uh-huh.
guess.
Oh
Look, I'm making fried rice with a lot of different meats and Mongolian fire sauce. That's like just the mishmash of everything.
You know,
I'm
It's a
looking at just
blender.
going down the
I-
aisle acting like England, grabbing different spices.
I do fusion. I fusion Indian cuisine with every other cuisine. If I do pizza, if I do pasta, I add some Indian spices. If I do Mexican burrito style, I add some Indian spices. I do this kind of stuff every single time.
Yeah, I have this southern barbecue type of mesquite kind of spice thingamajigger that I use on basically most of my meat that I need to get out of. But like, I mean, I actually ran out of it, so now it's time to try something else, right? So
Yeah.
I mix everything together. If it tastes good, it tastes good. I mean, that's the life of a homeschooler, right?
It's not wrong.
Yeah, so Rogue's on Golden Fool is his next one. His
Nice.
hurt, I don't actually know.
I'm trying to decide because I need to get going on Malazan again and actually finish it. And I need to get back to Dead House probably after this round of books that I'm reading right now. And then I'm trying to decide, like, Malazan has been just kind of hovering over my shoulder for so long that I'm trying to decide what major series I would try after that. Pete, hold that thought. I heard that in your head immediately.
Yeah. I had it too.
But yeah.
But aren't you going to start? What is that? Iron Gold or that
So
one?
like those are kind of the two that I need to finish. This one's not going to take me nearly as long as Malazan will. But I'm really excited to keep going.
You're about to finish Morning
I'm
Star
going
this
to.
week, right?
That's my next one. Yeah. Yep.
I
I
am
need to
going
make sure
to.
I have the bringer on my TBR.
When I get that far, I'll let you know.
I'm planning to post a poll. I mean, not now, maybe later half of the year. What big series should I start next year? Is it Marathon? Is it January's? What is that big series?
War of Light and Shadow.
Right? Yeah. And or is it? Oh my God, I had 6. Now I can think of only 2. There are 6 in this list. Now I'm forgetting.
Well, I mean, we only need one because it's going to be Dandelion, and you're going to get Alan to read it because the Cabal is going to make him read it.
We will see. Oh my God, there are supposed to be 6. Now there is something wrong with my memory.
Well, Wheel of Time isn't on there. Is Dune on there? Is
Sun Eater?
Sun Eater's there.
No,
I don't know that. I mean, Anitha can read whatever she wants, but I would have a hard time seeing Sun Eater being like an Anitha series, you know? Maybe.
You read Red Rising with us, right, Anitha?
No.
Oh, okay. So Red Rising could be on there. Malazan.
I have no idea what you would think of Red Rising, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know
You know,
how many of them were KJ Parker trilogies?
no, only big series in this list.
Yeah.
Expanse is one of them.
Oh,
Expanse
hey, I want to read that one too. So
Expanse is good.
After I finish Malazan and Red Rising and Live Ship Traders. I do too, Chadia, to be completely honest. I maybe the first and well, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if she loved shoot. Name of that book. The first Django Wexler book. That one series that we read, Anitha.
Shadow Campaigns, yes.
Yeah, you love Shadow Campaigns, right?
Yeah.
That's military fantasy. Like, so I think that the military fantasy will be fine for Anitha.
See, one of the big reasons I liked Shadow Campaigns was its execution of female characters. But there are a lot of female characters, and how he wrote those. So it depends. I'm not sure if Malazan, how much.
Erickson is, in my opinion, quite good at female characters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes they I think
sometimes it doesn't appear that way at first.
I think you're gonna have some lovely discussions about people in Erickson's characters, Anitha, when you read it.
Okay, let me put it this way. You guys see, I am not saying that it should have good female characters for me to like. Parker usually don't have a female characters at all. Even then, he's one of my favorite authors. I like his books. But my question is portrayal of those characters and how much sexual assault is there and how the author is addressing that plays a major role.
I mean, Erickson still has my favorite, like the top of my favorite female characters in fantasy. And one of them, and I've said this before on my channel quite a few times, but in Dead House Gates, there's a character that I read when I was in my early 20s that I desperately needed to read at that point and really left a pretty heavy emotional impact on me as a young woman that kind of going through resurfacing trauma. And the way that he wrote it was so real and honest, and like the way that he understands human experience, period, whatever character gender they have, like it's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's definitely a lot in there that's just really, really interesting to read, and really there's some visceral parts to it as well.
I'll definitely tackle it someday, but even I'm not sure if I like it or not. I'm not sure. Even all these series are going on hold because I can't decide, because I can't which character, I'm not sure.
You'll find out.
I totally agree, Rogue. I actually made a video about it because I think honestly it comes down to people not understanding the character, to be perfectly honest. And also I talk a lot about the romanticization of trauma in our culture in that video, because people like trauma to be linear and to make sense and to fit into a happy TED Talk at the end. And that's not super realistic all the time. So yeah, that's my thought on that.
Dang, I got to get on some of the other Mallin's End books as well at some point. I'm trying to fit a reread in as long as reading some of the other stuff. I can't remember which one. I think I'm on reading. Yeah, I'm finishing up one of the Carcanius trilogy books this year, and then I think next year after I do Black Company, I think is when I get to the rest of them.
I have 3 of Cam's books on the end here that I'm hoping to get to once I'm going to take a break after I finish the main series, but
yeah, it's definitely needed. Like,
there are so many
there are books that I've worked on afterwards. Toll the Hounds. Whew.
I am constantly made anxious by how many books I need to read.
I'm actually to a point where I'm kind of like, I look like doing this is a really good like measurement internally of like, how much of these have I read, and it's steadily grown over the past few years, and I'm feeling a little bit better. I think the anxiety is down.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Started, but it's definitely still there.
Yeah, I think I was at 37% of my shelves read when I did my shelf reorganization in December, and so I'm excited to see how that percentage grows. And obviously that doesn't count like new books and old books going out. And so, but read my shelves.
Yep. Yeah. I have a big mass of like Star Wars books that I haven't read, or some of them that I read when I was smaller that I was like, that I count as unread basically, that really like weighs down that number by a lot.
Yeah. I just bought a bunch more of Juliette Marillier's books because I really liked Daughter of the Forest a lot.
Your chat is tonight, right?
8:00 tonight. Yeah, my time. I'm really nervous
I'll
about
be
it.
there. I'll be there. But I'll try not to cause any chaos tonight.
I don't believe you. I love you, but I don't believe you.
I am not saying that I'll be successful or it will happen. I just said my intention. That's it. I always start with good intentions, always good intentions.
Yes, I do believe that. Mostly. Yeah. I'm really excited about it. She lives in New Zealand and she's like 75, I think, and she's written just a ton of books. So I'm excited to talk to her.
When you told me that you are trying for her interview, I was like, is she still alive? That was a bit
Yeah. Yes. And she was like, oh yeah, I've used StreamYard before and everything else, because I asked her if she was comfortable with that and stuff. So yeah, she's been more on top of she caught a typo in the thumbnail that I missed.
Nice.
And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Thank you for catching that. So Yeah, she's been cool so far.
So,
if you don't mind me asking, how is the essay in Daughter of the Forest? Because what? Yeah. So here's my thought on that. I am, having read as much fantasy as I have, that is one of the things I will DNF a book for. Not that it's in the book, but how it's handled. Because I've read enough books at this point where it's very gratuitous and it's more giving glory to the perpetrator, and it's just not. It's awful. So this one is, in my opinion, one of the ones that I would recommend people read if they want to write that kind of content into their story, because I think she does a phenomenal job with how it's handled. It's graphic, but it is also very respectful and very she really gives the stage to the character that is going through it, and the aftermath of that I found incredibly emotionally compelling between her and the other characters that find out about it. So I don't know if that answers your question. And you can definitely message me on Instagram too if you want more clarification. But I thought she handled it in a really incredibly, it's hard to use words that like don't make it sound weird, but I thought she did a really beautiful job writing it, for sure.
Nice.
Hopefully that answers your question. Oh, I'm so excited to watch that.
Yeah, it's on my watch later. I will have to watch it, Mahabharata is, both Ramayana and Mahabharata is like one of the first stories we learned growing up. I have both memories. Ramayana with my paternal grandfather, Mahabharata is from my maternal grandmother. She used to tell me stories. I have fond memories. So I get very instantly emotionally invested on any kind of discussion. So I am very excited to watch that actually. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch it too.
One of these days, I need to dive into that. Maybe I'll just dive into it with Philip's video when I have time to watch all the videos. That's good.
You should read Palace of Illusions, Pete. That gives you overall like summary kind of idea on the full tale actually. Not complete tale, but from one character's birth to the end of that character at least. You'll get introduced to all the characters, main characters.
Okay, cool. So Palace of Illusions is going to be my Cicero trilogy.
Yes, another, of course, I haven't read every book that handles this topic, but another book I really liked was Tehanu. In that Legwin does it, and that actually it's a child, it's a small child, and she doesn't even show us that actual thing happened. All the adults surrounded by the child are little crazy, and this main character, this is an old woman actually, main character. She comes across the child, understands that the child needs help. Just beginning of the book itself, we don't see the scene, anything, no graphics in it all. But the entire book is about, providing healing space to this child. How trauma works, how re-triggering works, how much effort it requires, you know, to provide to get them out of that, giving them that space to grow up healthy. Wonderfully done. I love that book.
Dang, now I got to read Tehanu. Read Wizard back in the day, but I got to get on more Ursula K. Le Guin.
For everyone, if you read the first book, Wizard of Earthsea, give it a try. It's second book, second and fourth are both are my favorites. Tombs of Etuan and Tehanu are like some of the best books I read.
I mean, to be fair, the next book I have to read is The Dispossessed, because evidently that's just the book that I'm going to love, according to Alan. because of the space communists. I love space communists. Haha. This is why we talk about things, so we can put things on people's TBR.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Need to move it up slowly. Maybe I'll think about it for somewhere near the end of the year because it's not in a good spot in the Tetris right now. I've been sitting on them. You guys want to sprint again?
Sure.
Cool. All right. It is 57. So we're going to go till 40, 45.
40.
Let's do 40.
Sure.
Let's do this thing. Beep beep beep. So I would like to point out that somehow, like at the base, these are all very uneven because you got a book here, a book there, and then books like this. But somehow I made them even there.
I was noticing that earlier, and that's very impressive.
You
I mean, it's
you
not like
finished it.
oh no, like it's not like perfectly even.
You
But
finished it pretty fast. Last 2, 3 times when we did this, like after like 2, 3 sprints, you finished like only that first row, bottom row. Now you're almost done. Only that top part left.
I got a good fair number of books. I put a lot of the bigger books down, so a lot of the heavier stuff where I have a lot of mass market paperbacks to still put up, and then smaller paperbacks. So that's part of it. But also, yes, I am doing it like, fast. Thank you, Ben. This is.
Oh my God, Ben, how fast do you read? 2 chapters of two like the lighting and 2 chapters of the Way of Kings. That's no, that's not humanly possible.
To be fair, Way of Kings chapters can go pretty fast depending on where you're at. I think he's in part 2. So I don't know.
Part 2 is a lot of bridge 4 stuff, I think, right?
And that's where down are getting introduced.
Yeah.
That's insane. Actually,
Wow.
that's really insane.
I tried the other day putting an audiobook on just like 2 times speed. And I've been listening at 1.5 for most of the audiobooks I listen to. And I was like, I don't know how anyone understands a word that these people say in 2 times speed. That's crazy.
Even at 1.5 speed, even with the physical book in front of me, I rewind multiple times. What? What is that word? I can see that word in the book, but I can hear that too. It's a kind of OCD. What is that? Rewind. What is that? Rewind. So many times.
Anitha, what are you reading?
Uh, I am switching between Starless Sea and why I keep forgetting of Thieves and Shadows by V.S. Garcia.
Yeah. Is it good so far? I want to read that one still.
Yes, I'm only 50 pages into it, but
Okay.
yeah, it is very interesting so far.
Nice.
Two point
Oh,
five times
okay. Cool.
the usual Scottish talking speed. Is it? Interesting.
I would say what I read, but I'm afraid that Anitha will yell at me.
Why would I yell at you?
So I got through about 60 pages of Harbinger of Justice.
And why would I yell at you?
Because I read fast.
Okay.
In fairness, though, it's like 1.5 double, like spaced.
Wait,
Oh, okay.
I totally
It's not
missed the
dense.
point. I totally missed the point. You read 50 pages?
60.
Okay. That's my entire day reading, not allowed. Once you no,
There it
no,
is.
no. No. I put you all in some kind of jail,
In
but
fairness, though, Anitha, like my reading speeds between 2 different books can vary pretty. Like this, I would not be reading that fast because it's a lot more like prose elevated. This is a very quick bingeable read. So, in my defense,
Yeah, I'm having that difficulty with I Claudius because any other book I would probably be at least 100, maybe even 200 pages in. I'm like 40 pages into it because the prose is dense, the pages are dense.
then I understand what you're saying, but it's every book it starts over for me. Like I started 1.5. Sometimes if the narrator is fast, I start at 1.25. And by the end of the book, it will increase to like 1.75, like that. That is with physical book in front of me. And next book, the cycle starts over. It won't start at 1.75. Thank you, Shadia. Thank you. Thank you so much. How many pages I read? Wait. I mean, I had to go to the other room and got my highlighter and underline some things. But
And that
I
probably took away
read,
34 pages, right?
I read 9 pages, 9 whole pages. You know,
It's all because of that marker run. You could have hit
yes.
20.
Read, read something in a language other than your first language, Pete. Then
Yeah,
talk to
it'd
me.
be a little bit difficult. I agree.
I'm hoping to get some kids' books in Spanish and Korean pretty soon and
Ooh,
try my hand at those.
Good. Nice.
Yeah.
nice. We love being productive.
Hmm.
I randomly finished my lunch, so I probably should do my sheets this weekend.
How far into Starless Sea are you, Anitha?
20 pages.
Okay, I won't
Please
ask
don't
you.
ask.
I'm not going
Please
to.
don't. Please don't ask me when I started this.
I wasn't even thinking about it. Didn't even cross my mind.
I started this a week back. Week
I mean,
today.
I had a massive reading slump the last like 2.5 weeks, so I'm not judging.
You know, it's not just slump for me. I'm also sick, like this past
Mm.
week. So I wasn't in the mood to sit and read. So I am like lying down and reading ebook of that, of Thieves and Shadows in my phone. 10 pages, entire day, 10 pages per day, and I sleep. I slept a lot this past week. Oh my God. All I did was sleeping and eating.
That's good if you're sick.
Means you're doing better now, right?
Or I got used to that sleeping and eating.
Felt that.
Hmm. You've read, Anitha, you've read all 3 of the Collation Saga books that are out so far, right? 2. You've read 2. Okay.
I thought you also
Same.
read too. I didn't realize you haven't read Bone Shroud.
I'm so
You're
far
supposed
behind.
you were supposed to read with us, but you did not at that time, I think. Something happened when Pete and I were reading. I don't remember.
I'm ashamed.
It's okay.
I know. Once he said he's gonna do something for the 4th book, but like once he starts and he announces the 4th book or whatever, um,
I am
I'm gonna start
planning
the 3rd
to
one.
I am planning to reread Needle and Leaf first 2 books before the third comes out. But then he's going to release 2 books now. I don't know what I'm
I
going to
can't
do.
keep up with him, to be honest.
You know, both of them, both husband and wife, I'll send them away, far away to some jail, where they,
Look,
or on vacation. That
if you
means they
send
can
Andrew
enjoy
on
life.
vacation, he's gonna write more.
I was going to say, don't send them on vacation or they will come back having written like 4 books each. It'll be like the Sanderson Secret Projects, but Meredith version.
Okay, to to Anita's jail, specific jail where they can only read books, not write. They can't even think. If they sit without reading anything, if they sit idle, they'll get punished.
I am beta
But
reading for him starting next week.
which
Something
that
new.
new book? Oh
Yep.
yeah, nice.
Yep.
Brand new,
Brand
nice.
new. Yep. The one he
Exciting.
wrote in like a month.
I saw those Twitter updates. I was like, okay, he's crazy and he's driving.
Yep.
Oh my
How
gosh.
is your book coming along?
Yes. um It is. It's going well, actually. I sat down with Matt from Matt on Books because he read Bloodstones, and we had a really great conversation afterwards about some of the like military and political threads that I built into book one. And so the other day we sat down and I just kind of talked out. I'm not somebody that outlines on paper very heavily because I don't like doing that, but I like talking out my ideas and just kind of getting them out of my head with somebody else. So I sat down with him and we chatted for a while, and kind of all the pieces that were a little bit vague still in my head sort of fell into place, which felt awesome. And so I'm hoping that now that I have more of a grasp on where, like, how the pieces all fit together, that'll kind of get me moving a little bit faster. And my other one's going really well. The Yukon Gold Rush fantasy. I'm having an absolute blast writing that character, to be honest. I love her so much. So that's been nice to have kind of the two different, they're very different tones of writing. And so that's been kind of nice because I can switch back and forth depending on where my mood's at for the day. So, yeah. Yeah.
So how do you find time reading, writing your own book? No, not one book, two books, and YouTube filming, editing, everything. How do you manage?
I don't. um,
And
you have kids too.
yes.
And you're
I don't
active in
know.
social media as well, in Twitter as well. You know, if I am on Twitter one day, I can't do anything that day. My
I don't know. I mean, I think, well, my house is a mess. That's part of it.
my
So
house is mess as well.
I mean, that's just a part of it is like if I try not to write, or if I don't write and have that kind of creative output, I get very depressed very quickly because I need to write and or be creative. I actually have insomnia, Alethea, so that's also part of it. So kind of, but oftentimes I will write between like 9:30 and 2 in the morning when everybody else is sleeping and the house is really quiet. And then, yeah, during the day, I kind of go back and forth between, doing schoolwork and stuff with the kids. And then if I can get a few minutes here and there, but it is hard to get like specific chunks of time.
That's also my favorite time actually to read, from 9:30 to however late I can be up and be functioning. But
Yeah.
last 3-4 days, all I did was going through Instagram, K-drama reels.
I
I
feel
was
that.
like, I am not starting watching any K-drama because I know it will eat up my reading time. I was like, what is the point? Instead of these reels, I can sit and watch a full show.
Yeah.
I could have
Well,
finished my full show actually this last week.
let me know if you ever want a recommendation.
I have a sure, give it to me actually.
Okay. Do you want like a historical era K-drama or a modern?
A modern.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in the mood for historical because I already watched a bunch of historical C-dramas. So
Gotcha. Okay. If you want like dark fairy tale kind of psychological subplot romance, but it's actually a good one. It's Okay Not to Be Okay, which is on Netflix, is really excellent. Devil Judge is a dystopian, like, it's a courtroom drama, but it's like way more interesting than that because it's a dystopian world, and there's a lot of character focus in that one. If you want something that's like a psychological, darker thriller, Flower of Evil, which is also on Netflix, is excellent. Vagabond is just a straight up like action suspense, fight the corrupt government kind of drama. So there's 4 of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm writing down. I'm not ignoring you. I'm writing down.
Nope, you're good. But yeah, I mean, part of the time prioritizing too is why I posted on my YouTube channel like a week and a half ago, just that as I get back into writing, I will not have as many videos coming out. I just can't because I don't have enough time, and I won't be reading as much either. And part of it is like it's actually harder for me to read, especially in the early stages of drafting, because I want to be in my world with my characters right now, and it's hard to pull out of that and go, somewhere else to characters that aren't mine when I'm in the early stages. So
yeah, that first part
question.
is.
Go ahead, Pete.
I was gonna say that first part is kind of why I'm coming back. I'm trying to only do one video a week.
Yeah,
because 2 was a lot for me.
It's a lot.
Took up a lot of time. So like, if I can cut that down to 1 a week, so I can do other things like write and some other stuff. So
yep.
Yeah, that way I can get ahead of myself. Maybe I can be Andrew.
These days, it's even getting difficult to get into the mood of filming. Yesterday, I wanted to film a video. I was working on it from a long time, actually. I wanted to post today my favorite female characters, in fantasy. I know I have been working on this idea from past year, actually, changing and, the favorite characters, changing the ranks, everything. So, but I wasn't in the mood at all to film. It's like forcing myself to. I didn't want to, film when I was in the mood like that. I was like, okay, it's okay if I post it or moments.
Yeah.
That's completely all right. I will film when I'm in the mood, when I'm enthusiastic about it, when I'm passionate about it. I don't want to force myself.
Absolutely. Well, I talked with Matt a little bit about that when we were chatting about Queen's Wolf. We had a whole big discussion about BookTube and filming and stuff. And there's a big difference, like the creative energy that it takes to come up with a video or write a script for a video is completely different than the creative energy it takes to film it. Those are like 2 completely different things. So like I can write a script for a video, but then having the energy to actually sit down and film it is a completely separate thing.
Yeah. Okay. The question I wanted to ask you is, when you are reading something and you are reading a character or reading a specific trope or a theme another explored or a dialogue, do you get that instant energy? Okay, I want to put this in my book. Do you get that actually?
I mean, I'll have moments like when I was reading Long Price Quartet last year, I'll have moments where I'm like, oh man, I wish I could write like this. Like I'll have stuff like that. But no, I mean, more just solidifying that I know what I love to write, which is whenever I come across a really good Motley Crue or a really good like reluctant hero or, tragic character, it more just kind of solidifies that I love to write them. But I can compartmentalize pretty well where I don't feel like I am taking something out of somebody else's book and then putting it into mine. I think when I was younger, when I was first starting writing, there was definitely some of that because we learn by mimicry, right? So in any kind of art form, you learn by paying attention to what other people are doing and kind of trying their style or whatever for yourself. And then slowly you kind of develop your own voice and separate out of that. And then you have influences instead of mimicry.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Long Price Quartet. But surprisingly, I love Long Price Quartet. You all know that. It's like my favorite series ever. But I read that as a reader, No, I resonated with it. That's who I am. I wanted people to have consequences actually.
Mhm.
But I got that inspiration, okay, I want to write like this.
Mhm.
That inspiration when I was reading, I mean, it hit strongly when I was reading Hammer actually.
Mhm. Those are the best books that make you want to go write your own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's true. Like, yeah, LPQ's up there for me. Ken with Dinline Dynasty also is up there for me. It's just like and then like reading the Cicero trilogy as well is also just like kind of a revelation, kind of a revelatory moment for me. Of just like, hey, real life is complicated, so I should just make my book super complicated. Let's go.
Cicero trilogy is it opened up. I mean, it's not like I did not read historical fiction and I did not enjoy. I always like it, even while going through high school, I loved history. But Cicero trilogy is what made me realize how much I enjoy historical fiction.
Mm,
Yes, I
yeah.
was like,
We all love LPQ here.
Yep. I'm hoping to get to some more historical fiction this year. I haven't read much of it for the last probably 6 to 8 months, and I'm feeling sad because I do really love some good historical fiction.
Yeah.
But
A little bit. I think I've been mostly focusing. There's I Claudius, and then I've been doing, instead of just historical fiction, I've been listening to the History of Rome podcast because why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I read Golden Sun last month and also watched my favorite K-drama of all time last month. And those two things together, I was like, where's my computer? I need to write. Like it's fun to go back to your favorite stories that remind you like why you love storytelling so much.
Right.
So good.
what is your favorite K-drama of all time, Tori?
So it's actually my favorite TV show period of all time, and that is My Country the New Age. It's on Netflix. It is the best bromance I've ever seen or read.
Nice.
And it's really cool with all of the historical context with it as well. But it's a very kind of intimate look at like not the royal family that was going through all of the turmoil at that time, but the people who were on the fringes of that and were being used by the conflict and power that was being moved around. And it's told through the story of these two guys who were childhood best friends. And one of them is the bastard son of a noble, and the other one is a poor orphan that's taking care of his sister. And it's pretty awesome. I love it. I could literally talk about it for hours if I did a video about analyzing the characters. And yeah. So.
It sounds so familiar. I think I did research this drama and added to my to watch list.
I've mentioned it a few times. Yeah, it's very, very good, and the acting in it is just phenomenal. They do an awesome job with it. Oh yeah, it's definitely. I mean, that's kind of my brand at this point. Like, people will come and ask me like, "Oh, you like K-dramas? Like, tell me one. I need something like fun and fluffy." And I'm like, I'm not the person to ask for that. I don't know. It's so good. It's so good. So good.
We're fantasy readers. We love to get hurt.
Yeah, we love to be hurt. It's true. I love that during my conversation with Fonda Lee, like at the beginning of the conversation, she was talking, oh, I don't really like to hurt my readers, I don't think. And then by the end of the conversation, she was just like openly admitting that she enjoys it.
She went full mask off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
No.
beautiful. I love that conversation. That was
Your
really
Fondalee's conversation is one of the best interviews. Yeah,
Thank you.
There are so many I can list. If I mention my favorite interviews, like my initial favorites was your Patricia Maid's conversation. That was like awesome, one of the best.
I'm
And
going to do another one with her soon.
Nice. Recent days, it's Fondalee's conversation. I loved it.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of my favorites that I've done for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you both read Greenbone? You've both read Greenbone.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Absolutely.
I knew that. I keep forgetting which of my friends have read which things, and
I honestly forgot that Anitha had read it because she read it when it was popular on BookTube.
yeah.
Yeah, I
But
read it when Jade Legacy was coming out.
oh, okay, nice. It's true, Grufe.
She doesn't like it.
It's true. I did love what she said about that, though, how she was like, anytime you read my book and you are hurt, just remember that I was hurt by it first and hurt by it more. And I was like, yep, writer
Fair.
trump card. Yeah,
Writer trauma.
you're right.
What does that
And
say about her? That she's traumatizing herself.
That made me, okay, it may come across as a psychopath. Please, you can. But that made me happy, If you are making me cry, you should cry
Mhm.
too. Otherwise, I'll not accept.
Yeah.
It makes me
It's not
happy that you also.
psychopathic.
No, it's true though. I mean, if it's not, as a writer, there's a cost that we put into the books that we write, or should be, when it's something like this. And I think that's what comes through the page to the reader, is that cost that we paid to write it. So yeah, Janny is always a very insightful. I just have a notebook next to me and I just kind of listen.
So you've done what, 2 talks with Janny Wirtz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are those both of those like mostly spoiler free for the things?
Because I've only read Hell's Chasm by her.
Okay.
I have not read any of her other work yet. So I'm hesitant starting a big series commitment until I finish Malazan and Red Rising. But yeah, they're spoiler free. It's more like the philosophy of writing and
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to get on those as well, because sometimes I hesitate to watch interviews when I'm just like, what could they be talking about spoilery stuff?
Nope. Well, and actually in the first one, I hadn't read it. She's the only author I think that I've ever interviewed that I haven't read before I interviewed her, because usually I want to have the something in my back pocket first.
That's actually a skill. Kay does that very well. I cannot talk to someone when I haven't read their books. I cannot.
Yeah.
I want to read. I want to get the context of their world, their characters. Then only I'm comfortable talking to others. It's a skill, definitely a skill which I lack.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I were to do that, I'd definitely worry about feeling disgenuine.
Right. Yeah.
And sometimes I would be worried about what I'm recommending to my audience as well if I haven't read it.
Yeah, same. Well, and also I think like I could do it. I could interview somebody. I did with Janny, but that was a little bit of a different situation. But like if I just brought an author on, I would be able to come up with questions that we could talk about for an hour and a half without any problem. But I like being able to add the personal touch of having read it, knowing what's important to them as a writer, what their stories are about and the characters they write. Because I think you can get into just a deeper conversation that way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, which is hard because there's a bunch of people that I really want to interview that I can't get because I haven't finished their book.
Felt that.
I'm hoping I would like Of Thieves and Shadows. Then I can talk to VSH Garcia. Because it's been long since I spoke to any other who are available right in front of me, like Tori, but I'm not calling them because I haven't read them.
Yeah.
So
hopefully I'll continue my campaign of trying to get a Tchaikovsky interview once I drop the next Tchaikovsky video.
That would be awesome. Thanks, Rogue. That was I was a mess before that interview.
That also was a really good one. Yeah.
It was really fun.
That was the only interview I watched on and off because I was busy doing something that day. But I mostly catch almost every interview by Tori, and I try to not disturb anyone in the comments, but I cannot.
It's fine. It's funny because usually either you or Wizard are in the comments to cause an appropriate amount of chaos. So I just kind of expect that.
Keep you on your toes.
Right. Yeah.
As well as being able to, like, I don't know, going back to one of Alan's rants of just like being able to manage the comments.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's
really hard. Yeah.
It is definitely hard.
Yeah.
And to be honest, Alan is very good at it. He
is.
catches almost every comment.
I
He's
don't.
good at multitasking. No,
I
actually,
mean,
you do a good job as well. Actually, you filter well which questions are important, which comments
Good.
are need to be highlighted. You did a good job, actually, very good
Yeah.
job. But Alan can do two things at the same time. I cannot. How do I put it? Okay,
True, Chadia.
see, even when I'm doing a discussion, or even when I'm spending while I'm talking, I cannot look at the comments and respond, right? When I stop talking, I can do that. Either this or that. But Alan can do both in parallel, you know.
Yeah.
Talk, listen, and read comments at the same time.
Yeah, it's a real
Yeah.
skill. You
Yeah.
wonder if he'd be like a streamer, like how well he would do. He'd probably do
Pretty well,
great.
probably. I actually for a while thought about doing like a gaming Twitch channel way back when, just because I am not amazing at video games, and I was like, I want to represent like the average human being trying to play these games. But I love watching gameplay throughs on YouTube.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Depends on the game. If it's a game that I'm really
sure.
interested in being like efficient at, I can't watch it after I've played it, because then I start micromanaging the player in my head. So I'm like, haha, you missed this thing that I know about, and I know about it, and you don't. The competitive side just like ekes out, and I'm just
you competitive? What? I don't believe that. No.
Yeah, play a board game sometime, and we'll
Depends on the board game for me. I'm pretty good, partially because my dad is super competitive, and so I just like got used to not being the most competitive person in the room. So I think that helped.
Yeah,
but
I definitely grew up with a lot of competitive family and friends. Like my parents were definitely like the we're not gonna let you in ever, and that's very much. I think that's a good thing.
I do too. I'm like that I feel bad because my kids are really young still. And I'm like, we play a lot of games, and I am definitely not out here to be like, oh yeah, I beat you again. Like, but I definitely don't like just let them win games all the time. Yeah.
You gotta find the games where you can't dominate them completely, because there's definitely games like what are the ones I have a friend that I go up. He has 5-6 children now. I don't precisely know, but what's wild is he married into that. Like
that's impressive.
He's awesome. But he playing games with his kids they're super smart, which is awesome. So playing like Citadels with a 6-year-old is wild. But like I don't always win because the kids are smart, and they like the fact that the kids can comprehend it. Like, okay, cool, I've played this game enough that I know if I sit next to this person, I know what the role they're gonna choose.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
It's pretty good. My 8-year-old daughter is unbeatable at Uno. I don't know how she does it. It's pretty cute. And she's so proud of herself too. She's like, I'm really good at Uno. It's really cute. Like, well, you're not wrong.
Card game Snap. We talking like there's so many games that hurt your hands. Is this like a standard deck game? Like a what's it called? Egyptian Rat Screw?
I was just thinking that.
Could be Egyptian Rat Screw.
At
least
that's a brutal game.
It's true. The other one I've played with a bunch of friends recently, a bunch, because one of them just loves being violent, is Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza.
I've heard of that.
That's a violent one.
I have no idea what is that.
It's a game where you go around and you literally, as you lay a card down, you say like whatever in the order is taco, cat, goat, cheese, pizza, and then if the card matches what you're saying, you slap. But then there's also 3 special cards that make you do like special things, and whoever is last to do any of that, whether it's slap or do the special thing, takes the deck of cards, and the goal is to run out of cards. So yeah, we have one friend that enjoys being violent and one friend that always does it with her nails, like really fancy nails, and it's like, why why would you even want to play this game with those nails? You break one every time at least.
Yeah,
It's hilarious.
I had
And then
a
we're like, do you want oven mitts?
I had a friend in high school that had like he would wear his class ring when he would play, and I don't like. I take all my rings off when I play Egyptian rat screw now because don't be mean.
No,
just like don't be mean.
Bone breaking. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Well, and the problem was I was always faster than him, so that really sucked. She's like, I don't play anymore. My hand is a bloody stump now.
Yeah, like if I see people with heavy rings, it's like, you need to take those off. Period. I'm not not playing around here.
Did you ever play Nerds? It's like multiplayer solitaire.
No.
Okay. We used to play that in college where we'd have a whole like group of like 10 or 12 of us all with decks of cards playing multiplayer solitaire in the middle. And the whole point is to get rid of all of your cards. Mm-hmm. And then you yell nerds at the end. But there's slapping cards involved in that as well, because you're trying to beat people onto the middle decks of cards while you're building up the piles. And that can get quite wild and fractious with 10 to 12 people.
Come off just like
yeah,
bloody hands and hurt egos.
Yep.
It happens.
Some
of the best games have that.
Yeah, I have a couple of games that I will not play with certain people. I will not play Risk with my father, period. Nope. Because he's way too competitive and like takes it very seriously. Mm-hmm. It's a bad time.
I feel like at that point you can just almost find better games to play with him in terms of like that scratch a similar itch for him, maybe. Mm-hmm. Like either shorter games that one of my issues with Risk is that it is like, I don't know,
it takes forever.
It takes forever, and there's so many other games that are so much more and it's another one where it's a very classic game where it's long, and for once it's not like Monopoly, it's long due to house rules, but the elimination, because it's so long, the elimination part of it doesn't make it feel good. Right. So when you're just sitting there for another 2 hours, once one person has half the board, whereas like I feel like there are more games nowadays that either do the elimination thing better, even though elimination is as a rule is kind of like but like I don't know. I'm a snooty board gamer. It's fine.
It's fine. I feel that. Have you played Nations?
No.
That's a good one for Risk. People that want something that's kind of similar to Risk, but it's honestly way more intelligent than Risk. Just it's more fun. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, I'm not. The games that I really, really like are worker placement and engine building. Those are the ones that like really get my, just not grind my gears. What's the opposite of grind my gears? Oil my gears? Really get me going.
I think we lost Anitha. Our board game nerd is showing a little bit.
It's okay. Continue.
You know what, Ben? I feel like that's completely valid.
I'm attacking here. I'm just going to roll a random number of dice now.
Yeah.
I hope it's the right one. Felt that, yeah. The one that I the two that I recently played that are Risk-esque. Oh, there's a name for that. I don't remember what the name was. It's like territory taking or something, or land. I don't know. Anyways, The Lord of the Rings War of the Ring board game,
Ooh,
which is amazing.
nice.
That's a lot. And then my brother's just like, let's keep introducing new DLCs to it. And I'm like, I don't play this much with you, and therefore the DLCs get complicated, more and more complicated to an already complex game. It's like, and then the Dune board game, the old board game, the old Dune board game, which was republished. That one also is amazing.
I like the I got the Red Rising board game last year and tried it. I like that one too. It's not perfect by any means, but it's I find that one's fun.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
have that
not
one.
as
I played it
long.
once or twice.
You're both are such nuts.
Thank you, Anitha.
I mean, I take that as a compliment in this era of my life, so thank you. And that's kind of the pot calling the kettle black a little bit.
No. God, why did you put me with this?
There's a little something called free will, Anitha. You're the one that was here by choice.
You clicked the link.
I
And I joined before you,
Because-
so you knew I was here.
No, I was there actually
No,
previously.
yeah, Anitha was here.
Yeah, I was there,
Okay.
but I don't know. I got kicked out of the session when you joined, so I added both of us at the same time. Anyway, see, God sent me to for your, so that you will not be drowned your nerdiness, but for you,
Drowned the entire sprint in it.
as a savior to you people.
Oh. But I like drowning in nerdery.
Yeah.
I finally have friends that are as nerdy as I am. I'm living. I love it here. I can talk
Great.
about board games, video games, fantasy books, fantasy films, K-dramas all at the same time. And usually somebody in the room knows what I'm talking about. It's pretty great.
Exactly.
Yeah, I actually agree that feeling. I'm not complaining. I just,
You're teasing.
for the sake of complaining,
Of course, of course.
but my experience with board gaming is I love board games, but I never had a good company to play board games. Even when I play, I always used to win, and people used to hate to play with me. They never play with me.
I understand that. I mean, I was fortunate to have a brother that, like, me and my brother can play board games, but like it took a bit to find a bunch of people in real life that like could play them a lot if I wanted to, and I could just bring a board game over or bring a lot. And some of it is also training the people in my life to just do it.
I really want to get a booktube Among Us going at some point.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That'd be really fun. That's not a board game, but
Mhm.
it's kind of the closest thing we have.
There are a lot of board games that are actually on Steam nowadays.
That's true. That's
Mhm.
true. That would be fun. We should do that sometime. I wonder if
Yeah.
there's a way that we could stream it.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually, after COVID, we did play a few board games online with some real life friends. I loved them. First of all, I did not know their games, so there's something new. I love learning them, playing them. So I do understand your passion for them.
Yeah, it definitely like depends on the board game with what we can do, because there's always tabletop simulator, because there's a lot of games that people just have tabletop simulator packs for. But then there are also like Ticket to Ride, Blood Rage, I've actually played, Terraforming Mars, Gloomhaven. There's a bunch of stuff on there.
Nice.
Yes, Olivia, but they're not fun. Not as much fun as playing with friends.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
It depends. So, like, my favorite board game, Spirit Island, I play alone all the time. But Spirit Island is also like my version of, like, you know how a lot of people just build puzzles on their table and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Spirit Island is my form of that.
Ben and I have gotten into a lot of 2-player board games for like date nights and stuff. And so we're getting a bit of a kind of stack of, thank you, Novia, a stack of 2-player board games.
Nice.
Cats.
Hey, what are the Rings 2 players?
Do you want to say hello to the people?
Hello. Hello. She was like, why are showing me off to random people on the internet?
Yeah, she's way too cool for that. Thank you. Don't chew on my book.
But Mom.
No. Well, it's 3:25, which is about 3 hours before she's supposed to eat. So clearly it's time.
Yeah. Yes, Ben, it is excellent. It is
She
an
needs a
excellent
snack.
board game.
You are not
It's-
going to step on my keyboard.
Pay attention. Give me food.
So mean. Mom, you're mean.
I know. Meanest mom ever. My kids would say the same thing. I'm kidding. Depends on the day. Hello. Can I help you?
She just wants food. That's all she wants.
She's literally taking a bath hanging over my shoulder.
Do you want to do another sprint?
Yeah, let's do it.
I might need to pop off before we come back. But
Well, if you do, farewell.
yeah,
Thanks for
it was
popping
nice to
on. I
hang out with
appreciate
you
it.
guys.
Yeah, it's always nice to talk all these different nerdy things with people.
Yeah.
Want to do, what is it, 30? You want to do 15?
Sure. Tori will read 100 pages and Ben will finish both his books, and I'll come back with saying, I read 10 pages.
Anitha,
Proud of me.
I need an hour to read 100 pages, not 45 minutes.
We will see,
So 75 pages. Hello, hello. Psst, psst, psst. He is waiting. Hi, everybody. Minus Anitha, who doesn't want to talk to us. I'm glad you managed to read 3 chapters. Good job, Ben. You're doing great. Just fantastic. Oh, hey.
Hey, you scared me. I'm just getting it. This book is so good, Pete. You should read this with me. Oh my God. See, this grad student actually, I mean, he he finds that's all right, Ben, but I'm sending you to jail. Definitely, you are like my first prisoner. There is this grad student who finds a book in his university library. It's a fiction book.
Mhm.
There is no other name, nothing. He started reading that, and he there was a small incident from his own life in the book. Okay, I'll read you, and he finishes. He got so scared. Actually, he gets so scared, and he already read like 3 times that entire book. There is only that small incident of his life which he never told anyone is in that
Mhm.
book, and entire rest of the book is like small incidents which there is a central theme towards it, but he doesn't understand.
Mhm.
Anyway, he's so scared and he's hiding in a closet. Actually, he doesn't want, he's so scared of the book. So he was like, if he is in a story within a story, who is telling it? Someone must have typeset it and bound it in a book. Someone somewhere knows the story. He wonders if someone somewhere knows he's sitting on the floor of his closet. Jackery. Next paragraph, let me. Oh, I get so good. Jack. Jackery crawls out into his room, his legs stiff. It is near dawn, the light outside his window a lighter shade of dark. He decides to take a walk. He leaves the book on the bed. His fingers start twitching immediately, wanting to take it with him so he can read it again. He wraps his scarf around his neck. Reading a book 4 times in one day is perfectly normal behavior. He buttons his full coat. Having a physical response to a lack of book is not unusual. He tucks his knit hat down over his ears. Everyone spends nights on the floor of their closet during grad school. He pulls on his boots. He pulls on his boots. Finding an incident from your childhood in an authorless mystery book is an everyday occurrence. Happens to everyone. Oh my god, I can't tell you. I mean, it took me like first 2 3 pages of what we got, like first 2 3 chapters. I mean, that's all over in like 10 to 15 pages. That is the like part of the book we got. Even we don't understand what is happening. The main story with Jackery, it started just now, and it is. I can't tell you how beautiful writing is. We
So that's
still
Starless Sea, right?
Yeah, we still don't know what's happening. It's all about, this book story within a story, this central theme, central setting in big library, underground, undersea. But the writing is so good, and we can't help but enjoy it.
Mhm. That's funny. Reading a book 4 times in one day is a normal occurrence. Obviously, yeah. That's probably a novella, but okay.
Obviously, if you find an incident from your childhood in a book you are reading, any of us could have done that. Read it obsessively until we finish it multiple times.
Mm-hmm. Be like, all right, what's gonna happen next? Um,
Yes.
what else has she written? I know Starless Sea is one of them. There's
Night
another one?
Circus. Night Circus.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I love Night Circus. So that's no surprise to me. Yeah, I think I heard mixed things about that when that first came out in the booktube scene. So that's probably why I was like, oh well, if not right now.
You are reading like 100 books. You can't pick 101 book for me.
Well, you see, at least 2 of these books I've been reading for like 3 months, so 4 months.
I understand that actually. Even Night Circus writing was beautiful and I loved the
Mhm.
setting, but story was little lacking for me. I couldn't invest in the characters, but I did not hate it actually. Yeah, and even this one, I'm not sure how I feel about it, but right now I'm enjoying the writing.
Yeah, Night Circus was a lot of vibes, but I still love the vibes that she was writing.
Yeah,
Hey, Carrie,
no problem about typos. It's all right. We all do
Ty-
that. Hey, Carrie.
typos. It's true. Almost done. I have like 30 books left to put up there. They're all mass markets, so it's great.
Sit down, take a breath, have tea, and
I can have tea when I'm done. That's a really good idea, though. I'll have to make some on the next one. And then sit down and read whatever is next. Eyes of the Void, I Claudius. Sailing to Serampium? I don't know.
I Claudius. How far into it are you?
Like 5 chapters, so like maybe 60 pages. I don't know.
Okay, okay, I understand. You still need to go. I mean, I know once you are into the cream of it, you will love it as much as I did. I'm confident in that.
I mean, I'm already really enjoying it. It's just hard to keep at it for a hot minute.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
understand what
know
you're saying.
eventually. Yeah. It's already just like, ooh. I mean, there's been what, 3, 4 poisonings already by the same person? By
That's
Lydia?
it. Okay, there is a lot to go.
So many more to go. Yeah, I got past the part with, was it Claudius's dad or was it Tiberius's dad? I think it was Claudius's dad that was the real Republican.
Yeah, Doofus,
Um,
Drusus, I
yeah,
think.
I think it was Drusus. I think it was Drusus. But he was very much the Augustus should step down before the transfer of power. He's very much like focusing on Sulla's example,
Yeah.
which it's actually kind of helpful because um, I went back and I did the history of Rome, and I'm to the point where Caesar's rise, and I'm kind of slowing down with that podcast now, and that has actually kind of helped a little bit to know like references to Sulla and stuff like that. It's like, okay, I understand what he's talking about. Like, oh, Sulla's like, hey, I'm gonna do this thing, and then I'm gonna try to put barriers in place for people to not do this thing again, and then people are gonna consider my rule an exception. It was like, no, we just want to be you, so we're just gonna try to do what you did.
Okay, Ben, that Derek Jacobi thing, I think it is a bridged version. So check. It was only, I think, around 5 hours which was there. The one I listened to is, let me tell you the narration. It is there in Audible actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me see the narrator.
Yeah, it's very much Claudius telling us what's happening around him, and not. It's very much a tell don't show story.
Ben, check Robert Graves' narration. That is an abridged. Sometimes it does it
Why is
happen to
free?
you? Does it happen to you as well? Okay, you don't use Audible. When you tell me, when I check a book in Audible, I won't find it in Audible Canada. But if I go to website audible.ca, there I find it. There I buy it with my credit. Then I can find it. Then it will appear in my Audible app.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Never had that happen to me.
So check in the site as well, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Graves.
Yeah, that just sounds like Amazon being stupid about what they update.
narrator is good actually. I like the narration.
I've heard the name Robert Graves before in connection with good narration. So
Interesting.
that happened with Dandelion for him. Speaking of those covers, can't wait to see what the midnight edition of it looks like, because that will be exciting to grab. Because they're redoing. I think is it Goldsboro or is it Broken Binding? I think it's Broken Binding.
Broken binding.
Yeah, I get all the different book box places mixed up, even though they're both bookstores as well. I wonder when Alien Clay should be shipping end of the month, right? Yeah, that comes out. I mean, I would actually rather them not drop it at the end of this month. I would like them to wait like at least 2 months, considering I do have a big charge from Sanderson coming at the end of this month. I searched Alien Clay and it came up with a bunch of like kids' toys with alien stuff. That's the paperback. Shut up, Barnes & Noble. 28th March in this year. I'm assuming that's the UK release, and because I got the special one.
I think someone, I don't remember who it was, someone in Twitter feed. I think I forgot the reviewer name. He recently started YouTube channel as well. I think he already read and reviewed Alien Clay.
Probably because there's a bunch of people that got arcs that grabbed the arcs for it.
Yeah.
I know Dom reviewed it. I think I've seen one other one that I haven't really watched, but I've definitely looked at. But Alien Clay, end of this month. I'm excited. I won't get to it till April though. Do you have any idea of whether or not you'll be able to do like Eyes of the Void and Final Architecture back to back, or are you going to need to break from that?
Eyes of the Void and Lots of Uncreation, right?
Yes.
Yes, back to back. Yes, I can do in April.
Wait, no, we talked to Evie about when the live show for the second one or the last one is going to be, didn't we?
Yeah, Evie said she can't do back to back.
Okay, that's right. Never mind. Don't worry about it. That is a-okay. I'm excited. Excited to get more Tchaikovsky in the cup. Ooh, the other thing, Cage of Soul. Like, it's really funny because you were whining about me, or you were complaining. Sorry about you were doing your thing with I was going to read more Tchaikovsky, and I started Cage of Souls, and I was like, I want to read this with somebody because it was really interesting to start out in the first few pages. So
I totally understand what you're saying, because there are some books we need to talk it out,
yes.
like
because we're degenerates or something, I guess, considering, I mean, I just happen to have a job.
You can join us as well, Ben, if you are
absolutely
free. Ben is game for Cage of Souls.
Oh, of course.
Okay, the other Ben. Okay, Genghis Khan is in for Cage of Souls. Ben,
both are.
You know how slow I read. It will not be in in April or any nearby, because in April we have to read like 2 books. Final Architecture, book 2 and book 3. And then May, I'm reading City of Last Chances with Genghis Khan. I'm not sure if we are continuing with House of Open Wounds. Genghis, let me know. And then Alien Clay. Pete, are you okay waiting that long? Or Cage of Souls, whatever you're talking about?
Sure. Yeah. I'm okay waiting that long for Cage of Souls. I'll move things around.
Oh no, it's 5:30. Which time zone are you in?
It is 5:30. Yeah, he might be central because it is 5:30, and I, don't recognize what time is on Fridays, on the weekends. Yeah, because I still have to finish Cybus Corvax. And what else is here? I have
Okay,
a bunch of random stuff as well, like random short stories that I'll read.
talk to me about Cyber Codex.
Oh, loved it. It's really funny because I read the first few pages right after finishing the Escapement because like, can I do this back to back? And I was like, no, even though they're the completely different vibes, but I just I need something completely different. Will do. Oh, that's annoying, Ben. You should tell them to get on your level, or don't do that. That's a bad idea. If only we were like China, where everybody had to go by Beijing time and no other time zones are allowed to exist. I'm sure that's an exaggeration, but like I know that work hours, if you're in one end, your work hours are skewed towards Beijing's work hours.
You know, it's okay. I worked in Huawei. Okay, in India branch, Bangalore branch. Huawei is a Chinese company, Chinese mobile company. Oh my god, I can't tell you. See, I used to. I mean, my application was like data card software. So they have a huge market, Asia market actually, especially Southeast Asia, East Asia.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
So,
they're. You said Hawaii, right?
yeah,
Yeah, they're the biggest phone company in the world actually now.
yeah. So
Because of
so they have different like clients, Vietnam, Cambodia, different and different clients have different networks have different requirements, right? So actual I think they collect requirements and they send us the documents and all. We have to develop the software and deliver to them. So one actually they expect. Okay, we are live. I cannot.
this is an old employer, right?
But they expect us to be available all the time. Once actually, one lady, I think she must have sent me a message in Messenger. I did not respond, so she called me up. I mean, I went home for lunch. Actually, I was walking back. So like, yeah, I'm coming back from lunch. Like, how that expression was, how can you go and have lunch? Kind of reaction.
Yeah, the concept of like it kind of plays off the whole concept of face within Chinese culture, from what I understand, of just looking like, and I feel like America's kind of phasing a lot of this out as well, of the whole like we have to be working at all moments and you have to look like you're working at all moments is actually what it turns into, or else you get fired type of deal. America's phasing out of that. China's still in that because the whole concept of saving face is so much dug into the part of their culture to the point like I don't ever trust anything that I hear coming out of China in terms of like government data and stuff like that. But that's a personal political thing. But yeah, it's the culture of China is really interesting in terms of how that affects them. And that's part of the reason why they've advanced so much economically, because they have focused, because their culture really focuses them on being so productive all the time in order to look the best they can. But also, it's very interesting because now there's a thing within their culture that it is very ideal to either have rich parents or like a sugar daddy or a sugar mama that will take care of you. Like that's something that is actively pursued constantly. I mean, not constantly, but like there's at least very least there's a subculture there of just like, yes, that's the life, and that is an interesting counterculture. I was going to read Cage of Souls, and then Anitha was like, "Why are you doing this without me?" And then I started reading it. I'm like, "Yeah, I should be reading it with somebody. Like, I need to get some people to read this with me, including Anitha.
He's willing to wait until we are ready, Ben.
I am
So,
willing to be flexible."
so June or July, most probably.
Mm. Yeah, I'll move stuff around. I will say I probably will read the last two Children of Time books with Jake when he gets to them. So sadness.
Ah, I am sorry for interrupting. You started Cyrus Corax and I we completely changed the topic.
Hey T. Yeah. So different cultures are very interesting, guys. Cyrus Corvax, great. I really like the first person narration, and looking back on how different people write, especially like Zara's interview with Katie Parker was really, really interesting because a lot of the stuff that he was talking about, I actually can like see it in his writing now. And you see how he just writes the book and he lets the character do what the character is going to do more than forcing the character to do a bunch of plot points. And that makes the book A, less predictable, B, when the character is like, oh yeah, it allows you to create smart characters so much easier. Like, I think that's really the key of how he can write Basso and Cyrus Corvax, because Cyrus really felt like a smart character, and he's just letting him
Keep
do what
talking.
he
I'm listening. I'll just be back. I
Okay.
have to get my tea.
But it was just so gratifying for me to be like, I realize things, or he realizes that he connects dots before I do, and I'm like, that makes so much sense. And he's like figuring out the whole like, oh yeah, this is the conspiracy going on, so I'm gonna do this, or I don't even know what I'm gonna do, but I'm just gonna keep going and probably like trying to balance these pans in this political conspiracy. And it's great. Like, he felt like a smart character, kind of out of this depth, but it felt like, I understand where you're at, man. It was really good. Ooh, the documentary on Netflix about Chinese and American working class clash. Mini Shadows of the Apt, Empire of Salt. Who's this by Bengus? Very interesting. I want. Does this documentary, Miss Moody, does this talk about like the things that China stole isn't the right word. Because I remember back in the day, China was really into studying U.S. working culture to see how productive we could be, and taking a lot of those concepts back to China with them. Anyways, Empire Assault. Who is that by? So much tense and creative action. Mini Shadows of the Apt is very appealing.
Empire of Salt. That's what Con Ingulden, right? Ben and Kyle read recently.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So does that make it? Is this fantasy or is this historical fiction? Because isn't Con Ingulden historical fiction?
Pseudonym of Con Ingulden.
The extremely obscuring pseudonym of Conical. Oh, so it is fantasy, and that's just his fantasy pseudonym. That's right. Okay, that makes sense because I'm looking at the synopsis or whatever on the blurb on Goodreads, and it doesn't sound like historical fiction. It definitely gives fantasy vibes, even though it's labeled fantasy and historical fiction. I don't know, is Darien an actual city? His publisher made him use a pseudonym. Why couldn't you just use a different pseudonym, like Con Igglepop or something? Iggy Pop. That'd be funny. But yeah, that sounds... City of Darien, 12 families keep order. That's a balance.
I was looking for the paragraph I sent Alan when we just finished Devices and Desires, I think, and I picked up immediately after that Cyrus Korak's second book. The
Mhm.
comparison between Gianni and Cyrus, I sent a paragraph to Alan. I want to read that to you. And talk meanwhile. I'll meanwhile search.
Yeah, I can see the comparisons. It'll be interesting once Alan decides to reread Folding Knife and we all hop back on with that to compare like Cyrus Corvax with Basso as well, I think. Because I got kind of the same just going with the flow vibes as well. Like Basso felt like he was doing more, but Cyrus was very much just like, this is just going to happen to you. And I'm just going to go with the flow and figure out how to do it. I do need to read more of his short stories because I wasn't like Alan where I could tell what was going to happen, but that's mostly because I haven't read as many of his short stories. So, don't know the structure of these days.
Okay, found it.
Okay, cool. Go.
A number like 86 begs a serious question. Has my life to date been worth 86 lives of my fellow human beings? To which I reluctantly but without hesitation answer, no, no way. Worth a single one of them? By any meaningful criteria, no. And I sent Alan this paragraph. I said, makes me like Cyrus Corax much more than Gianni. You know, the main difference between them, what Gianni can do for his own selfish reasons, and what Cyrus Corax recognize that his life is not worth killing other people.
Yeah. Cyrus Corvax is so much more likable than Ziani.
Yeah.
Because he actually is like, I'm gonna try to help my friends, or I'm actually gonna try to set up these things for my friends, or possibly help them. But even so, helping them might look like it screws them over in the short run. Only some of them get screwed over. Maybe, who knows? 1700s. Does this mean there's smokestacks? Because then it's actual London. It's a vision of actual London today, according to Alan.
Ben, how much is the fantasy part, or is it like story but very less fantasy? Story but fantasy.
Well,
Fantasy. Oh, very fantasy. Okay.
here amongst old feuds, see this is the typical thing. This is like the speech. It says, and Nancy, a girl whose talent might be the undoing of them all. That sounds like magic to me.
Or it's like KJ Parker, just made up world but no fantasy element.
Barely any magic except when there is.
Yeah.
I did like the twist about Savis Corvax's real name. Like that was something that I really liked, of just his real name being something we've seen before.
Yeah.
So that was fun. Okay. Do they play economic roles? Because that's like, I don't know, that's my vibe. It's like, oh, you have a magical abilities? How does this affect the economy? I love it when that happens.
Pete, you should write. You should. I know you're writing, but
Working
you
on
should
it.
publish it fast. Your own economy fantasy.
Oh, trust me. Like, so like the primary, I literally came up with the economic part of it first, which is really funny. So the magic that exists in this world is like this anti-gravity magic. It's like sky islands, right? And all these sky islands have a specific mineral that is breaking off from the earth below, that is making them rise, and they go to a certain altitude because hand wavy stuff. But in order, like the big problem with sky islands or anything like this is resources. How do you get more resources? How do you expand and all that other jazz? But so if you have the island constant, or the world constantly breaking apart, going up here, thus there actually becomes an economy centered around catching these sky islands as they're rising up, so that they don't ram into other sky islands that are populated, and B, you're able to harvest them and break them down and all that jazz into useful resources. So like that's a whole thing. It's a whole industry of basically catching these sky islands before they whatever. So
Will they find different minerals in the gas clouds like miasma we read in Rising Kingdoms?
I don't know if they're gonna have that. Like that's definitely a possibility. I might be able to add that in there. There's definitely room for more different things, considering I have a lot of different corporations that I have to build. So After sticking to historical realism for so long. It's historical like are you talking about like historical realism as like close to magical realism, like adjacent type of deal, or is it just like historical fiction with the capital history? But I'll have to look into that. That sounds fun. Maybe we can persuade Alan to do it.
You both read pretty fast, actually. Trilogy, I think you finished it in a month, right?
What, Save as Corvax?
Mhm.
I've only
I'm
read the
talking
first
to
book.
Ben. I'm talking to Ben about this Coningulden, Igulden. I don't know how to say that. Igulden.
CF Eagleton.
CF Igulden. Sorry.
Think like Wiggle. Wiggledon. Wiggledon.
Huh. Good idea. Wiggle, Eagle, Eagled. Hey!
There you go. That's
Darien, I thought it's a name. It's a race, apparently.
it's a
12
city,
families.
but they're actually all like combined. Oh look, what's his face? The other KJ Parker stand is in the it's in the thing now. It'll be really funny and sad. Alan finds other people that love KJ Parker more than him, so he doesn't read any more KJ Parker ever. Very
But
sad.
I think he'll finish by the time that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, what are you reading now?
Oh, that's Miss Moody. Oh, Miss Moody's real name is Christina. FYI.
I forgot. I saw her message in the Discord, but while talking here, I forgot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that I have, like, I don't know, issues with. Like, not like issues, but like, is remembering people's names.
Nice. My God, why so many books? So many books.
There are always so many books. We just need to learn to slow down time around us.
Yeah.
It's not us. Oh, wow. That's wild. Wait, so you say, is the entire trilogy under 400 pages, or is each book under 400 pages?
Each book is under 400 pages.
Nice.
Disquiet, of course. You know, I like the titles of Sun Eater books a lot. Demon in White, Disquiet Gods, Howling Dark.
Dark? Mm-hmm.
I like those titles.
Oh, nice. Well, we're glad that you're becoming more
Yeah.
active.
Yeah.
Maybe next year we'll have a BookTube channel like Anitha. Because that's what happens. It's like you lurk, and then you start talking, and then you're like, I need to be on screen. Well, some people. And then you're just like, oh, you should get on screen.
I do want to try Curse of Chalian.
Is that the first Vorkosian Saga one?
There is a difference between publication chronological, but people suggest with that.
I've heard those names before. I've never actually connected the two together.
No, I don't think so. Work. Which is Shards of Honor?
What book was it, Urza? Because we can tell you to rate it badly. I don't know. Was the author trying to make himself sound smart, or was they trying to make the characters sound smart?
Ben will finish that by tomorrow. The Empire of Sun trilogy, I'm pretty sure. This one, Shards of Honor. Curse of Chalian is different one. Two Like Lightning by Ada Palmer. Okay.
Yeah, that's by a English PhD, some sort of PhD holder. I think.
No, right, yeah.
What is it? Yes, we are still going. You probably found it pretentious because she's a professor. Maybe. That might be it. That's what I would say. We are still going, Tori. I'm not done yet. Ben, do you find it pretentious so far? That's the question.
So many people are reading too, like the lightning. Why suddenly? I think many people in Jimmy's Discord are reading as well.
Mm. Yeah, I know. I remember a bunch of people in Sarah's Discord reading it like a year or two ago, and then that put it on my radar. I might read it eventually, but I don't know. It's on the list, but it's not high up on the list right now.
2 stars. Oh my god! When you said, I thought
Go for it.
it's more, but I mean, up to you. Your rating, your enjoyment, up to you. I mean, I'm just shocked because you said you liked it. Huh? Okay.
The more you yell. That's the key to everything. The more people yell about it. Nice. So, do you want to get this done? Get this last sprint. I mean, might not be the last sprint. I might read for another sprint, but do you want to get the last actual building sprint done?
Tetris, yes, let's finish it.
That's the point.
See, I knew it. You'll squeeze in entire trilogy in April. I'm very sure. See, Bengis, before you, turn the other side, before you even expect he'll finish, both have same name. Ben the Overlord will finish, actually.
So is it the shorter the name you have, the faster you read? Because like I go by Pete, so I read fast. You're Anitha. That's 3 syllables.
Actually, that's a good point. Tori, 2 syllables. Pete,
And 4.
2
4
syllables.
letters.
Ben, only 1 syllable.
Exactly. That's what it is. That's the real key. The more syllables your name is, the faster you read.
No. Oh, less syllables
Yeah,
your name
no,
is,
no.
faster you read.
Flawless. Thank you, Eartha. I'm glad that you approve. And you're I don't remember how fast you read. And then Evie is just like,
Arza is very fast. So 2 syllables fast.
shh, shh, shh. My legal name is Peter. I'd go by Pete just to make myself read faster. So do you, Tori. It's fine. Exactly. We read out the cover.
Yeah. My legal name is in my first language, which is different writing style with all curves. And that's why I take
Wait, question. Soil kinetics. Soil
Yes, yeah.
moves? Question mark?
Did you hate it? Did you hate it?
You will have to watch and find out.
You're gonna like wait till the discussion. When is the discussion? The 10th?
Sunday, yep.
Oh my! I gotta wait 2 days to figure out how you like Dune 2.
Well, no, you're gonna have to wait 3 days because it's not gonna be live.
So
Like,
what
it's
you're
not gonna be
saying is
listed.
I'm going to actually hop into the discussion and just watch you guys while you're discussing it and not actually be on screen.
If you do that, I will revoke your access. Wait, were you guys actually talking about me?
No.
Carrie?
Oh, okay. She summoned Evie by speaking her name.
I saw her in the backstage. That's why I said Evie and I added. Oh my god.
So it's all about the people things being kinetic. Sadness, Ryan.
I will
Why
just
is
say,
tiny violin.
I will just say to actually answer your guys' question. I'm not nearly as mad as I thought I was going to be because I went in expecting to hate it. Max, hey, Skedaddle,
So
sir.
it's like, so it was like.
Max.
I'm very disappointed. I'm very underwhelmed and disappointed.
But like,
And
it
very
didn't do
perturbed.
as much
Still
as you
perturbed.
thought.
Yeah.
What about Aaron? Did Aaron like it?
Oh, Aaron loved it. Aaron, you loved it, right?
I'd like to go out.
What? Okay, fine.
Well,
We're trying to figure out dinner. Hold on.
Okay. She just went and saw Dune 2, and she was priming herself to not like it because they changed things.
No. Correction. I was priming myself not to like it because I really disliked Dune Part 1. Get it right, Pete.
All of the above. We didn't do anything, Sal. It was Dune 2, all right?
You did ask me, and it set me off. So
it's true.
You kind of did do something.
Yes, yes, she
I'm
is.
sitting here quietly and drinking my tea, but people still blame me for disappointing Evie.
No, it was not a crime against humanity, Urza. This is your comment. Is
Thank
a crime
you,
against
Urza.
Dune. It was not.
Yes, Bengis, she is a big fan of Dune books. Hey, Emily, it's been a long time.
Emily.
To be fair, I haven't read God Emperor of Dune in 15 years. So,
oh, how dare you,
20
fake
years.
fan.
Oh my god.
Yes.
20, 21 years. Gee, oh my god.
Golly gee.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Jeepers.
That's the answer, Sal. They made Jessica whiny. Jessica was very like kick-ass character in book, but they changed her into like this whiny VP character. So we did not like that part. And I don't know about book 2. She is keeping it very secret until her discussion with big booktubers like Philip and others. I don't know who else is joining.
She's becoming one of the big booktubers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that they fixed her a little bit with the second one. Do you not? No, you don't agree? Okay. I think she was better in this.
I mean, somebody, I think it was
outside of like the first 10
I want to
minutes.
say things so badly right now, but we're live, and I want to save it for Philip and Joanna and John.
Okay, let me say it. I saw a tweet by, what is that author's name? Big 1400 book of Ryan. Anyway, he tweeted that he liked Dune Part 2, but his only gripe is they messed up with some communication between Paul and Chani. Something.
I would say they made an intentional change. We should keep talking about this until she actually tells us all of her things that she dislikes.
I'm going to explode. I'm just you know what? I'm just gonna have to message Philip and Joanna and John and be like, listen, I know
Get
we
on
planned
here
this
now.
Sunday. Do this now. We're doing it live.
Yeah, thank you, Tori. I'm so sorry.
I'm looking forward to seeing her explode on camera. Old news. I mean, should go watch. Is it on Philip's channel or is it on Joanna's channel?
Philip's channel.
No, it's on mine. What are you talking about?
Okay, it's on Evie's channel.
Sorry,
y'all don't watch my channel.
I forget when all these videos are
in the
hosted.
making. So
Yeah.
we've been waiting for 2 years for this discussion, part 2.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's. I also would love to have her thoughts, but she is insisting on hiding them from us.
Looks like it is not live Urza this time. I think it's pre-recorded and they'll post it the next day. Maybe
to be
Monday.
fair, it wasn't live last time either. We just I just unlisted it, so I don't have to deal with comments. Yeah. So
Emily, I am reading Starless Sea and it is so good. I read a few paragraphs to Pete and he said he'll read it, but he's rejecting buddy reading with me. He's saying no more buddy reads with Anitha.
The reason I didn't invite Pete is because Pete wasn't part of the OG game of us talking about Dune Part 1. So this is
You know how we can do this? Record me talking about Dune Part 1, edit the original video, and claim I was there the entire time. That's all we need to do.
Wow, that's a fantastic idea, Pete. Oh my god, how do you come up with these ideas?
The secret ingredient is crime. Oh, by the way.
Oh, I thought the people liked Britney Spears' memoir. I mean, liked as in it was very heartbreaking and they felt for her actually.
I mean, it could just be the writing is bad. The ghostwriter she hired is just terrible. I'm assuming she hired a ghostwriter since that's the popular thing to do.
I'm so
wait,
sorry.
wait. Evie has to react to Groove-Face. That's why we know we are stopping.
Okay, so I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, all of my screens just like in StreamYard went just black and like whatever. Didn't happen for you guys? Okay, cool. Yes. So, anyways, I was freaking out about that. Woo! I'm assuming that means you liked it. So, makes me happy.
Pete, have you observed? It was so quiet until now. You know, the minute Evie comes on, there are so many of her fans
Woo!
and
And I haven't even had coffee today. Well, no, I've had one coffee early this morning, but I haven't had coffee in the past 5 hours. Here you go, Urza.
Bengis, first you said you will read LPQ. So read LPQ first.
I agree with that statement.
We did not see
when is LPQ happening, Bengus? Come on, when is it happening?
Tetrising almost done. We are about to do the last sprint for Tetris building when Evie joined actually.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Perfect timing for me.
It's great that you could go back and watch the replay of the Tetris if you want. I mean, Schrodinger's TBR.
By the way, I just this comment is solely for Urza, and if you're not Urza, just don't listen. But we were gone for 4 hours, and Max is acting like this. I need to be gone for more frequently because I love it when he gets so excited.
Abandon your child.
Yeah.
More frequently. No, there was not a tower collapse. I built it, and it was great, and there was nothing falling over except for maybe 1 or 2 books.
Okay, do you want to do sprint?
Urza is also mad. I'm pretty sure that's like, if you do that with an actual person, Evie, that's called like love bombing or something, and it's a very manipulative tactic. So it is deplorable that you're using it on a literal child dog.
Evie should have left the stream on. We could have taken care of Max and George, virtually.
Why did I do that? I don't want to summon Miley Cyrus in a wrecking ball. That would be disturbing, Ryan.
What?
There's a song that Miley Cyrus sang.
I know the context, but why you are saying you don't want?
Why would I want to summon Miley Cyrus in a wrecking ball?
That is so insulting, Pete. You assuming that I don't know who is Miley Cyrus and what is wrecking ball. By the way, her flower song is amazing, kick-ass. Love that song.
I don't think I've ever heard you say kick-ass before. That's so exciting. What was she wearing? She was wearing nothing.
What? I thought you were talking about Miley Cyrus.
I was talking about Miley Cyrus in Wrecking Ball.
Ah, okay. It's been long since. Yeah, I remember.
All right, I'm gonna go listen to some actual music that's not that.
You being gatekeepy, Pete, about what is considered music and what's not? By the way, I'm just gonna say, before we start sprinting, my husband, unironically and seriously, genuinely, loves the David Lynch Dune movie.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
wanted more Sting-like Fade Rafa with the underwear. And he's like, he was kind of humorous too. I'm like, dude's not supposed to be humorous, okay? Come on.
Yeah, the one or two times they attempted humor in the movie was like, did you have to do that? You should just let it. No, stop. Yeah.
I mean, Sting is great. The dude,
Sting
like,
is-
I felt, to be fair, I fell asleep 15 minutes into trying to watch the David Lynch Dune movie because he was trying to make me watch the Dune movie. Because when he found out that I love Dune so much, and I fell asleep 15 minutes into it. So, yeah.
I mean, it was less weird than I thought it was going to be honest. Probably because all the weird parts were kind of spoiled for me, type of deal. And I've read the book, and I think if you read the book, the movie is less weird. But like, it's good.
Aaron.
Aaron.
You done messed up, Aaron.
All right, let's sprint. What time it is? It's 6:07. You want to go till 45?
You know, we did not plan Evie and but we both did it.
We are the same person. Confirmed again.
Our telepathy is intact.
By the way, speaking of telepathy, that's one thing I didn't like about Dune Part 2. They don't have telepathy powers.
In terms
I mean, they
of
do,
book,
but they're just
actually,
portrayed in a weird way.
in terms of books, does it cover only book 1 or part of book 2 as well?
No, just one.
Just book 1.
Then I can watch your discussion.
It's not, surprisingly. It's an experience. Anyways. I thought that was supposed to be Gargamel.
It was.
When I went off video, it came like this. So my brand, I changed. It changed for you as well.
Real quick, go off camera. I want to see it on both things because I'm sure. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Yes, Ryan. There is always two of us. Evie and I come as package deal. Hello. It's looking good. Are you done? It's looking good, Pete. What did you, I mean, what books you put above, like convenient? What are your plans for next 3 months?
The ones that I purposely was trying to put in good places were all the Tchaikovsky books I have, basically. Some of which I had recently gotten, so some of them were just lying around anyways. So I wanted to put them in a place on the Tetris instead of willy nilly. Same with a bunch of KJ Parker ones because I don't. Well, actually, that actually was a mistake because the folding knife is not in the place that I can grab it. Huh. So look forward to a spontaneous Tetris whenever Alan announced that the folding knife is the next book he's reading.
I can see only two Kelly books. Two.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What is that rabbit's thing? What is in the middle of exactly in the
Rabbits. That is a book that's hard to describe. So Michael Knipp got me into this. This is a Michael Knipp book that I still haven't read. There's a, how do I describe this? It's like a supernatural type of, not really supernatural. It's more sci-fi, but it's a conspiracy theory type story. There's a game that's going on, and you can enter the game, and there's a specific like things like this, and it's kind of like a trippy, dimensional thing. I'll be right back. The dog is back in.
Okay, hello chat. How did you all do? 24 pages of Magician Apprentice. Nice. Is this the other one? This is not Raymond D. Feist, right? This is by Love somebody. He has a physics. He has a physics rule behind that, Alicia. He'll explain. Pete, let's give us physics class. How will you?
One. Awesome. How you like it, Pug? The weirdest name in fantasy.
Oh, Raymond D. Feist. Okay.
We love Pug. Because I used to have. I read that a while back. It was good. How do I safely get a book out of the stack? Well, first things first is planning. So I have to put the book in a place that has the stack. Normally, the best way to do it is, here's a good example, right here with the scarab path and stuff like this. There's books up and down, and then there's a book on top of those books. That means that I can actually, the weight is actually kind of spread out over all of the books, quote unquote. So if they're up and down, and then the thing on the top, that's pretty much how I work it.
What is that?
There are some. Go ahead.
What is the trilogy right above those Kenliu books?
Oh, that's Scavenger.
I mean, nicely done. Spines, all three looking similar.
I like I like that trilogy. Spine.
What is that right up of? What is that yellow besides Scavengers? Shards of Earth, right?
Yeah, Shards of Earth.
So, okay, right above that, what is that Joe something?
Oh, IQ. That's a sci-fi book.
Ah,
It's by Joe Ide. IDE.
okay. One
I'm
final
trying
question.
not to do this, Sal.
No, two questions. Just behind you, what is that human figure thingy
These two? Or
down?
this?
Huh.
Oh, that's Han Solo.
Ah, is that a plague or something?
I do not take offense to this. I understand that this is not for everybody. The only reason I have confidence in this is because I know how it works. And I put everything there. And if I didn't do this, it would also cause anxiety. I understand. Basically, yeah. I have like Velcro and stuff on it. It technically can light up, but I don't have batteries in it.
Ah, nice. Does it open?
No. I'm not that fancy.
I have seen Star Wars, but I don't know this one.
You don't remember when Han Solo got frozen carbonite?
No, I don't remember.
Gosh, Anitha. It's like the end of episode 5 and beginning of episode 6.
I did watch Star Wars, but I did not nerd watch it. I don't remember every detail. I just know it's been long time and I just know the characters, that's all. Okay, what is this Lego horse thingy?
Oh, this?
Uh,
I gotta move that too. That is a tall neck. It's from a very specific video game.
oh. Looks fun.
Yeah, it's I would call it an intense video game. It's definitely one of my favorites out there. Horizon Zero Dawn. It's a post-apocalyptic. You wake up and you are, yes, from Horizon. You're basically this chick that is destined to save the world type of deal, and because you're the different one in your village. But the combat and stuff in the story is very interesting, and then the combat is amazing as well. Because you're given like bows and arrows, and then like some slingshots and stuff like that, and some other stuff. And all of the robots, like this guy, even though this guy isn't actually an aggressive one, all have like weak spots and stuff like this, and it's really it's more than just shooting until it dies in random places. It's you actually have to be like a lot more strategic about where you shoot, and then like there's a lot the in-depth moment to moment strategy is really cool for me.
Nice.
Yeah, she is. She's got a cool little minifigure. Focus. Focus.
What is that, dagger? Or
It's a spear.
cool. I like it.
It's true.
So now that you finished Tetris, what are you going to pick up tonight?
Claudius is definitely a real possibility. Eyes of the Void probably before I go to bed. And then I think this will have been my last sprint. I kind of need to get off to not be here. I need to go off and move everything to my other room. I might get on sprints later. I don't know. And then I have to edit a video. Hopefully for tomorrow. We'll see.
You're not looking at camera. My hand is hurting. My arm is hurting. I'm moving this up and down, up and down.
I don't have that book, Anitha. Claudius. Let me actually get the cover out. Claudius.
I mean, you're still reading the same books.
Yes, I haven't changed.
I don't know where am I. My bookmark fell out. Okay.
Haha.
Or maybe you can jump straight to Cyrus Corax captures the castle.
Is that the third one?
second one.
Second one, maybe. We'll see. Probably the next one I pick up after I finish one or two of the ones that I'm on now would be Next Black Company.
Okay.
Where did I even put Cyber Split up? Oh, they're all black on the spine. I was looking for white, and it's just completely.
See, whenever I show this, you will not look at my camera. My arm is seriously hurting right now. Like this, I did so many times. I got.
Subconscious resistance.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. There's just so many books, Anitha. Didn't we talk about this? Like when we were gonna do this buddy read?
You guys did.
We did. I don't even remember. It's not even on Alan's Discord, which is a weird thing. Because everything should be on Alan's Discord.
So was that the last sprint, or are we going to do another?
I'm probably gonna shut it down.
Okay. You did so much physical work.
I mean, I could continue to confuse Anitha with more Star Wars. She doesn't even know who Thrawn is. She doesn't know how he loves art, because art just makes him better at fighting. Literally, he's a character that is so smart.
What's that?
Thrawn, Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I don't even know who is Thrawn.
Yeah, exactly. He's like the only non-human Grand Admiral in the Empire, because they're xenophobic. So like he will study a species' art and then deduce what their strategies will be like. Also great. Bane books are great. The Bane trilogy. Rule of Two.
Is he there in movies?
I don't remember what the date was.
Is he there in movies?
Nope.
Then I have no clue.
So he originally came from a trilogy of books that we're going to read. He was in this trilogy of books that was canon before Disney took over.
Okay,
Then Disney took over.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Movies came first or books came first?
Yes, all of the above. The original 3 movies came first.
Okay.
And so Thrawn was the first Thrawn trilogy was actually written before the prequels came out, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong.
Okay. So George Lucas wrote them?
No.
Huh.
It's complicated. George Lucas is not a writer. There's Anitha, I have like 200 to 300 Star Wars books.
They're all fan fiction. What you are telling me is they're all fan fiction.
No. They're authorized canon. There's stuff that's not authorized to be canon anymore that essentially is fan fiction, but it's not, because they were officially licensed. Therefore, they're not fan fiction. They have the Star Wars logo on them and everything.
Sorry, but just comment as if him being in the movies would have helped. That is so true.
Yeah. But you would remember a big blue alien with red eyes.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably. Yeah, so he's technically in TV shows right now. And then he's actually I think he's going to be in one of the movies that's coming out.
So these books, even those original trilogy and prequel movies trilogy, those books also there or no? Only fan fiction books?
I don't understand the scope of your question.
You understand it, you just don't want to.
So you're asking what the canon is, right?
Very official fan fiction. That's correct, Tom. See, I'm right. I know Han Solo, and I remember he's what is that guy's name? What is that actor's name who played Han Solo? Harrison Ford. I know Harrison Ford. Indiana Jones. See?
Yeah. So the movies came first, essentially, and the movies are the basis of the canon. And then Disney came in and said nothing else is canon except the 6 movies, and the Clone Wars TV show and the Clone Wars animated movie. And then they started writing more books. They started making more TV series, making more movies, like the sequel trilogy, which is trash. They're still an A canon.
Okay, I'll ask. I'll ask a question. Arza's brain will flash now. What is this canon?
Oh, canon is basically a term meaning official and accepted universe, I guess.
Okay.
So the only other time I've actually ever heard this word used in relation to the Bible, like we have a biblical canon of all the books that are accepted within the Bible. And then similarly, like with this, there are books and movies that are accepted as this is the official story.
Okay, accepted by whom? Approved by whom? George Lucas?
At this point in time, Disney is holding the reins.
Not now, in the beginning.
In the beginning, it was Lucas, yes, but also corporate overlords a little bit.
Okay.
There is no Warren Bossing say, Master Sal.
These are graphic novels or text written
Text.
novels?
Mostly text. There are graphic novels, but there are text. There are mostly text.
So if I want to start Star Wars, how many books are there?
Hundreds.
If I have to read movies first and then I have to watch movies first and then read.
Sure, that would work. I mean, especially if you're going to go into the expanded universe canon, or what is currently called Legends canon, according to Disney. Yes, it would be. You would need to watch the movies because a lot of the post Episode 6 movies or books tend to focus on our big three, which are Leia, Han, and Luke.
So first 4, 5, 6 episodes, then 1, 2, 3, and then books.
Sure, that would work.
I don't know. I want to get into that, but it is tempting.
Anitha, you have a lot on your plate.
I know.
Getting into Star Wars would be.
But Urza is mocking me for not knowing stuff. I am offended.
So I should mock you for not having read Dandelion Dynasty. Got it.
Sure.
Gosh, Anitha, how have you not read Dandelion Dynasty yet?
Yes. Yeah, it is hilarious to me as well. Urza.
Mm-hmm. I was not expecting you to start reading all of the books. True. It's probably because they're probably from the movies. So I would expect that, like, I don't know, it's a vibe. They're adding the vibe.
Audiobooks are a good idea. Are there audiobooks for every book from the beginning?
That's probably not. I don't know. And reading every book is like that's a big thing to bite off right there.
Yeah, I heard it from many
There are
people.
definitely books that I would recommend you not reading because they're just trash. We're not going to talk about the Darth Vader's glove.
That's a good idea, Sal. I should watch the movies.
There's even more Star Trek novels.
See, the big thing is I know the difference between Star Wars and Star Trek.
Good. That's all we ask. Okay. I think I'm going to wrap this up.
Yeah,
Get off my
I need to go and make dinner and eat dinner.
Just go make some eggs. It'll be great. And I need to drink my tea. that's just sitting here. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming, Anitha, and thank you, everybody else, for coming out, the people that came on, Tori and Evie. I will work. Yeah, I'm going to make sure everybody's linked down below for the replay. Yeah. There's that.
One moment, I need to answer Sal. Star Wars has Harrison Ford in that, and Star Trek has Chris Pine in that, and Chris Hemsworth as well. That's the difference. Okay. No, we can...
It works. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone.